She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Started playing just as I got frustrated and logged off. Oh megalol.
Okay. How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Sorry for the slight delay. I've been trying to restart my PC regularly for its health now that I'm pushing it in stressful ways. So I had to kind of spend a bunch of time messing with settings. Because Windows loves to forget everything audio related. And it also did some other weird shit. So I had to do that. And then I had to do my normal stuff of running around, taking trash out, feeding cats, making sure that I had everything set up. It was a whole thing. Sorry for the delay, like he is 6 minutes early. Well, I've been trying to start the whole stream a little bit earlier. So that we can knock out those ads at the start. Also, hi, it's me, I'm here. So that we can knock out those ads at the start, give you guys who aren't subbed some of that ad-free viewing throughout the stream. So that's a good model. I could honestly even extend that further. I could get you guys like 2.5 hours of ad-free viewing, but I have to start the stream like really early and then not do anything. So it's like, it's something I was thinking about. Anyway, how y'all doing? Good to see all you. Jester, Cryptic, Roddy, Urconium, Owl, Viper. How you feeling today, Viper? I'm sure you got asked that already. I'll keep scrolling. Fleece, Itsukato, Jules, Sen, Loading Screen Boss, Higgy Brit, and Yasha. Thank you so much for the 9 months with the streak, once again at tier 2. I appreciate it. Extra level support does help me out quite a bit. Thank you. Started playing just as I got frustrated and logged off. Oh no, what happened? What happened? So switches? Yeah. I'll just start grabbing them after the room's complete from now on, just in case. Kevin is currently drinking water. He was very thirsty. He's just laser focused on that at the moment. But I'll pet him once he's over here. Also, I have a sneeze like right here. You know when you feel the sneeze like right behind? Ugh. Hey fan, how you doing? Pointed Toes, good to see you. Sora, hope you're well. All good now, pretty much. Nose feels a little dry. Just could be because of the heat today. It is very hot out. I went and took some trash out this morning, and it was like unpleasant. I still feel gross, and I've been inside for several minutes. Just ugh. Hey Natas, how are you? Sinju, good to see you. Hope you're well. David, how are you? Senna, how you doing? Extended for our pleasure, something like that, J-Bridge. I can die to a dot after you kill the last enemy, check when we're super far away. Oof, yeah. That's sad. That's frustrating. Hey Hawken, how are you? I don't want to walk in a bit because I want fresh air. Obviously with mask and distance. Good guy Viper. Oh, you're the best? I'm one person who occasionally says something relatable once in a while doing something stupid. And that's my whole brand. Doing great, how you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Excited to jump into this this mini event. So, if you missed it, it was kind of hard to interpret from the notes. They left out a couple interesting details. For this week, we effectively have 2 featured runs. Extended runs have been replaced by a fixed rooms 30 room run. 30 rooms. So it's like a regular run, and then another regular run, and then it's so crazy. There's so many bosses. It's a long run. So I want to go through that with some melee stuff. We're gonna do the Frost Shiver with the Great Sword. We're also gonna do the Ghost Blade stuff. Maybe we go through as a spellcaster at some point as well. But yeah, we've got that aside from the regular featured. We were doing the regular featured mostly yesterday, so we'll be doing this one today. Now, fingers crossed, good feedback to this gets us this as like a permanent playlist, like just super extended or something, because we got Boss Run as a permanent playlist. I would love more options. More options keeps more players happy, and no matter what the naysayers will tell you, it's more content, it's more ways to play the game. So, let's do some of that. Tried to build yesterday, that shit's fired, need a little more working on though. Hey, I'm glad it's working out for you, John Wick. Ran Barber through one myself, lost around an hour because I went down transitioning from Bunny to Gloop. Oof. Yeah, raid bosses in this run are gonna be interesting. I will probably not do Gloop on this build. That'll take a while, but Bunny and Bark, yeah. Also, at some point soon, I do have to level a gun build to, like, have. Because I don't have a gun build at C50. Still, it's been the cap for quite some time now, and I still do not have a gun build at 50 because I'm having too much fun using other things. So, anyway, let's do the thing. I'm playing this build in a few days. Send the life and chaos chambers. Oh, that's something I forgot to mention as well. For this week, you have extra lives in the chamber. Instead of 3, you have 5. So that's nice. I should spend some moon orbs. What do I have to spend moon orbs on? I guess this one. Ah yes, the fantastic Blizzard enchant. We're going for consec swings on this. Oh, there we go. That easy. Remember the last time you played a gun build on stream? Maybe a big boy? It was probably a big boy. Yeah, it's just I've settled into my preferred area of builds in this game, and that's doing melee in weird ways. I mean, in fairness, that's what got me on the map in Borderlands 3 with Rackstab. So I'm just kind of doing that again. Yeah, I'm enjoying. I really wish this Ascended Body Rune had a capacity part instead of a health part. Because capacity means more health. Because unarmored defense. I also want instinct points for how much weapon juggling I do. I can't justify moving anything though. Already I don't like only having 2 cold snap. Anyway. Change your spell for this build? No. This build has preferred inflammation for a while. Makes sense to get more lives, especially with how long the run of the marathon's going to be. Exactly, Hawken, yeah. See your skill tree? For this build, Cryptic? Yeah, absolutely. Here you go. Somewhere I've done so many old new Magic Bullet calcs, seen numbers between 8 and 27% damage losses from a healthy fix. Yeah, love to see it. Good change. Originally it was going to be Maker Run, messed up Bark Puzzle, and died to Zomboss because there's no ads to the fight on old gen. Right. Skeep is probably going to be crazy valuable in this long run, but we'll see. Nice pasta, Pris. Nice. How does unarmored defense work with Deathless? It doesn't. Well, more accurately, the health reservation of Deathless does not happen because unarmored defense prevents that. Probably because of that specific thing. But Deathless's other effect of improving your recharge delay, that still works. But yeah, unarmored defense takes priority over Deathless. Okay. They're actually separate now. When I first jumped in the game, there was only one featured, but now they're actually separate. Cool. Let's do it. Morning, Shay. How are you? So for those of you who've never seen me play this build, this is, we apply crossbolts, we ignite with inflammation, and we swing big greatsword. We got Barbalode going. We got Executioner's Blade. So, occasionally there's laser light shows happening while we do this. But something I mentioned yesterday is how melee crossbolts are something consistently neglected in builds, and here you go, here's another build using melee crossbolts. not a bad laser hand. Definitely be better though. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, the way to optimize crystals here is you take the curse, elite the room, and then hit the switches. Although, it's probably more efficient to elite later. So we won't start eliting yet, because I'll run out of crystals if I do that. Also, might be justifiable taking a blessing early for this run. I'll grab the first melee one I find, because that's pretty efficient. And yeah, you can see we have 5 lives currently. Be surprised if Zomboss adds on old gem was intentional for performance or something. Yeah, like that would make sense to me. There's the melee blessing. Love the barber build. Glad you do. Glad you do.
Laying low by the light.
Zomboss supposed to have ads. It doesn't on old gen. Could be a bug, but it would make sense for his performance. They really don't want to come over here. What's the name of that spell? This spell is Inflammation. Okay, so this one's not there. This one though. We'll go party time. Is this one not active? Or did I just forget where it is? Okay. We'll eat that one. Hey Zaki, how you doing? Relive the feel of melee captured in Wonderlands. There's a nice thump to it. It does. It does. It's got it. It's very weighty. Yeah. What enchantment do you have on your inflammation? That's a good question. I don't remember. Spellcast damage dealt. I forgot for this build, we do turn off dialogue. Because I will be on fire for an extended period of time. Think you do a 30-room run with all curses, all elites? Yeah. Yeah, Lazy was doing that yesterday with his no-gun laser hand setup. Which is obviously on the higher end of builds, because, you know, optimized caster builds are super strong. But, yeah. I think this build's totally capable of that. Do we take 2 of these? No, that's expensive already. See hero stats? It's pretty straightforward. Max crit damage, max status damage, remainder, and constitution. So, yeah, max strength, max wisdom, put the rest in constitution. I'm eventually gonna have to take these more nasty curses, so like, I may as well just take them now, right? Like, I was gonna be like, hey, what if I just take Anarchy and then I don't have to deal with Nasty Spill? But eventually, I'm going to have Nasty Spill. And a big flaw about this build, having to turn dialogue off. But no, it's pretty well-rounded. Executioner's Blade provides us ranged options in a melee build. Our combination of using a Scalawag and an Inflammation means we can apply Executioner's Blade very easily. Even can switch to multi-projectile snipers for applying Executioner's Blade to bosses. It's got good survivability. I'm not even using my full survivability at the moment because I'm using my Echo Banshee rather than one of my Vampire ones. A Vampire Banshee makes this setup extremely hard to kill. Because Vampire restores both health and wards. But it's just got good, consistent damage overall. Moves very quickly. Pretty gear flexible. It'd be awesome if they brought back the event that made the price of elite rooms never increase in this new mode. Yeah, that'd be crazy for crystals. That would be so nuts. Good, homie? You're just kind of not taking damage? Army you're running with? Ascended, 2 points in Squall. Burr Power secondary with, like, amazing passes. Move speed, all damage, area damage. This guy's just not taking damage. That's weird. Actual God roll. It could technically be better, like, obviously, more points in Squall would benefit me better, and I could even get the other multi-class for swing speed. Like, I am a Frost Shiver, so I benefit from both of those. And then the all damage roll is a little redundant. Something else would have been better there. But yeah, it's trying really hard. Which feud are weakest protagonizer? Was it week 1? Yes. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that was week 1. Crit Connoisseur? Yeah. Now that we have Crit Connoisseur, I think I'm comfortable to start just eliting all of them. I'm not gonna go super out of my way to hit all the containers. I don't know them all like that. We're polytheistic when it comes to god rolls around here. True. You think as chaos levels go up and enemy HP goes up, Executioner's Blade gets more justifiable as the delayed damage becomes less of a time loss? I think so. I do think so. Because with elite rooms like this, that enemy still barely had time. The level 44 elite barely had time for Executioner's Blade to trigger at all. And I still killed it before it hit. But once we get to like level 46 elites, they'll pretty consistently have enough HP that basic enemies will be getting hit by Executioner's Blade. And that'll be good. But the biggest application of Executioner's Blade is bossing. Anytime you get one of those awkward bosses for melee, like, not the mechanically impossible ones, like Amelda Phase 1, but the awkward ones, like Banshee, it gives you flexibility. It's not like on Amelda where you have to use Executioner's Blade, or you just can't do anything meaningful. It's just nice to have the choice. I'm gonna have to eventually deal with Spectral Vengeance, but I won't be yet. Ghostblade proc Blast Chill? No, they made a change several months ago. Melee swings are the only thing that Blast Chill. Melee swings. No exceptions. Just swings. And I maintain that was still a good game balance decision. Because think how strong some of the melee builds I've been playing lately are. Do they need Blast Chill on top of that? I really don't think they do. Also, it helps preserve some identity for swinging. This is a build that happens to be focused around swinging, but having more things that just swing can do for you, it's nice for the identity of the playstyle. Alright, this is fucking toxic. I was gonna kill those barf worms for death save, but like, Nasty Spill said no. Nasty Spill is killing everything. What is this? This is why they gave us extra lives. I have gotten no progress to the bonus objective. Because Nasty Spill. I've barely gotten any kills this room. Don't need a world where Stabbo has Blast Chill. Exactly. Okay, well I don't lose a life to this, but Ghostblade or Stealth, which is better? Not how this game works. Depends on what you're doing. From the Shadows doesn't do damage, it just makes other things hit crits consistently, so anything that can crit will crit. But it doesn't do damage itself, whereas Ghostblade is an outlet for damage, so it's different things, different uses. You should use Livewire to kill those little shits. I have no real interest in using a Livewire. Just, not fun for me. Raid bosses with this run are going to be interesting. Thinking. Fuck it. Does a Nasty Spill hurt crystal gains? Potentially. In this case, yes, it's been hurting my crystal gains quite a bit. You can make a good build by only using left side of Stabbo Tree. I mean, you can't complete the tree only using left side of Stabbo Tree. 5, 8 points, you get stopped here. So, like, it's basically a no skill tree challenge. So, I mean, yes, but that part of the tree wouldn't be doing anything. I was a little overzealous with getting in range. Hit me. Or miss. That works too. Yeah, middle of the midpoint's complete left side down the center of the tree. Like, why? So, basically, like, not having skill points, minimally impactful, already taken every build that goes this far. Basically, like, not having skill points, and then already take this in every build. Basically, like, not having skill points, already take this in every build, already take this in every build, already take this if I'm getting down to here. So, like, it would just be this, but with way less damage. Because losing this right side makes this not really relevant. So, it's like, it's not an interesting challenge, it's just, hey, you don't have damage. Doesn't really prove anything. For reference, back at Chaos 20 when this game came out, people were doing no skill point runs already. 5th rank do you have? I self-imposed a cap at 480, so I am at 766 with 286 unspent points. Gonna go walk, see you later. See you later, Viper. Be safe and stuff. Morning, Pup T. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Any fun weekend plans? Not really. Just, regular old weekend for me. Nothing really going on. Hey, Moveface. How are you? I will probably no-life a lot of Outriders this weekend. And I've got, theory crafting itch in that game has consumed me. Favorite class in Outriders? Devastator. I'm a Devastator boy. Oh wait, no, there's a health left. We're good. Oh, Trickster. Trickster's one that I never put that much time into. But it was like, if I hadn't picked Dev, I would have picked that. Because movement options is usually what pulls me into a game. And Dev and Trickster have the most advanced movement. More so Trickster, but I liked the other aspects of Dev, so went with that. Excited for the Lisa Stray? Absolutely. I do plan on streaming that. Love a good clam chowder? Hell yeah, Kirk. Technosve? The thing with techno is, if I play techno, I want to be weird about it. I want to do like the status stuff. Like turret stuff doesn't interest me. Firepower build stuff doesn't really interest me. I'd want to be weird. I want to like be super weird, like melee status techno or something. No, thank you, Amnesia. Thank you. Sorry, Butt Stallion. That wasn't happening. What does making a counter elite do? Makes the enemies tougher, makes them drop more crystals. And as you elite more and more rooms throughout the run, enemies get higher and higher levels. See how we're fighting level 47 enemies right now because we've deleted a bunch of rooms? Each subsequent room that you elite costs more and more crystals. So, you're making an investment each time. And upping the difficulty. But it is more reward in the long term for doing so. French onion's the best soup? Ooh, French onion's a banger. Beta Cat Lovers found a new action webtoon recently about a cat lover and someone turning into a cat. I hope you're enjoying it. Man, Nasty Spill makes this so awkward. I might avoid that next time. Just take the easier curse. Just avoid Nasty Spill at not all costs, but most costs. Cheese and broccoli, not a bad one. Not a bad one. Found out movement speed buffs apply in the overworld. Yep, it's quite funny. Primordial Frozen Orb. With crit chance, extra spell charge. Status damage kind of a wasted roll, but it's decent enough to pick up. Yeah, not taking Toothless. Not yet, anyway. Morning, Grasshopper. I've been C50 for a while, understand it's meant to be very tough, but I do wonder if enemy damage scaling is too high, comparable to rewards are capable of, should they be given a buff in general? Are you okay with the balanced C50? So, I'm playing on a melee build right now, where I am tanking both on my ward and my health bar, and I'm fine. Like, I'm eluding every room on the super extended one. I've got all these curses doing incidental damage to me. I have an armor that literally hurts me. And my survivability is fine. Like, every once in a while when I'm standing in everything, I go down. But I get back up. And it's usually pretty infrequent. So no, I don't think it's even really a problem at all. Could it stand to be slightly lower? Yes. But in the meantime, you do have ways of achieving that. Give me one moment. You get over here. Got this handy option right here. Gameplay. Relaxed. Enemies deal less damage. It is an option. It is an option that exists. I'm on Intense, where they have a damage increase. Balanced, they don't have the increase. So balanced would be, they'd be doing less damage, relative to what they're doing to me right now. And then Relaxed, they get a damage penalty. So the difference between Relaxed and Intense for difficulty is, 30%, which is a lot. So you do have the tools to reduce the enemy damage if it is too much for you. There's no stigma, there should be no stigma or shame in doing so. But it is something you can build to overcome. And I don't really have any survivability issues on C50 with this build. Other builds that don't have survivability, Deadshot Casters, because you can just heal infinitely. Like, you can just health gate everything because you're constantly healing. Reaper of Bones builds have excellent survivability. Any build that's able to post up somewhere and do some range damage from within a sigil will be very tanky. Builds with high movement speed are tanky. Can't die if you don't get hit. Exactly. Exactly. That's seriously the best method of survival in this game. Pump your movement speed and use other mechanics that stop the hits from reaching you at all. It's getting expensive to elite these. The moment the encounter is clear, those frost buddies should vanish. The moment the encounter is clear, they no longer matter. And if they vanished when the encounter was clear, then that would be one fewer thing for you to kill to get back up. But also, deaths don't consume lives once the encounter's clear. So, like, no. That would make the situation worse. Since it would mean if you had frost buddies and you went down to your own dot, you could no longer kill a frost buddy to stand up. And it would just achieve the same result of, okay, you wait a few seconds, get up, and go on about your business. They're only detrimental during combat, and even then, only to some builds. Which is why it's a good thing they're completely elective. You don't ever need to take frost buddies if you don't want it. I take it in this build because it is beneficial to me. What I can do with a frost buddy is perfect opportunity here. I can hit it, and as long as there's enemies in the direction I'm looking, it spawns the Banshee projectiles. It triggers on-hit effects. I can stack my Consec Swings enchant on it. I can stack up follow-up by shooting it. I've turned it into an advantage. Lich's Augur with Amp. Okay, this enchant is actually something I really want on Lich's Augurs in general. Because it's a ward you want to break already, right? This effect combined with this enchant is basically guaranteed crits on spells for like a while. Twisted Delusion, good rocket launch for bossing. You don't use it for damage cryptic. I use a Twisted Delusion on most of my builds for the debuff it provides, but it itself does not do damage, which is a good thing, because you don't need to worry about the level or the parts of this thing, really. You just get one, it could be level 12, doesn't matter. And you just debuff an enemy, and they will take more from your subsequent uses of frost and lightning damage. Also gonna die sometimes at the end of the room since your ammo gets refilled after your Vibrate for ammo hungry builds. Yeah, that applies to every kind of ammo except for launchers. Still haven't done a Reaper of Bones build yet. That's another one I wanted to do. I haven't gotten around to it. Why does this game have no build diversity? Yeah, please. It's crazy. You can do so much. Yeah, I have so many build concepts I want to work on. There's just too much in the game. I don't have the time to do all of it. Good problem to have. and they consistently keep some sort of event going almost at all times. To keep me interested in doing whatever Chaos Chambers they have in the spotlight for the week. That's been cool. Really looking forward to a new class. Me too. Me too. More toys to play with in the sandbox of this game is always enjoyable. I'm excited to see what skills become possible on armor with the class as well. That's a big thing for me. Because it's not just going to affect what you could do with the class itself, it might affect what you can do with other classes. Because if they decide to do something crazy like put Alchemical Agent on the Stab-O Blight armor, then like that affects non-Blight builds in a very big way. Oh, sorry, Fire Friend. I went down at a very awkward time. 48 enemies hit hard. Make an Elementalist build. So just like any build in these games? What do you mean? Like only dot damage? Well, that's not possible because dots are applied by doing damage with something else. And also, this is a dot build. Kind of like what Contagion was. Contagion still did other things to apply those dots, just did many different things. So what you want is a dot build. Dot builds, you need some sort of outlet of damage to place the dot. That is how they work. So you need to either do melee dot build, gun dot build, a spell dot build might be possible. Gun dot builds are one area of the game that did get hit by the magical exchange. But melee dot builds, such as the one on your screen right now, are very potent. Aren't all element builds dot builds? Not necessarily. All elemental builds cause dots, and all good builds are elemental. But dot build implies that the focus is on getting value out of the dots. And in this instance, that's a big part of my power here. Alchemical Agent is extremely important to this build. It's just kind of casually the best dot in the game. Elementalist is the bad Amaracom. Which bad Amaracom? Might be a silly question. Does the melee crossbolts work with Ghostblade? Not a silly question at all, Cryptic. Melee crossbolts work with all melee damage. If it is melee damage, melee crossbolts affect it. That includes your swings, your snake stick hydras, your executioner's blade, your stab-o-matic, your live wire, your ghost blade, your dreadwind, your storm dragon's judgment, cleansing flames, Mace Wardew, shooting Barkenstein's weak spot. If it is melee, it gets crossbolts. Melee crossbolts specifically. You're welcome, Perfect. Move to this way. What's that Frost Buddy? Oh, I was gonna use that. go. I could probably justify another blessing, but meh. What does this call for this one? I forgot to leave before doing that. Whatever. Trapped Hearts or Elemental Overflow? Take an Elemental Overflow. Logic behind that is my melee weapon's non-elemental, so it should be fine. Poison and dark magic rooms, like, whatever. Fire rooms, mildly annoying, but whatever. Cryo rooms, pretty annoying, whatever. Lightning rooms, don't care. So only a couple of the elements actually bother me here. Don't teleport out of that mess, Frieza, please, so I can hit you. Thank you. Oh, you a tanky boy. I need from the shadows for you. Oh, you're just gonna... Nothing personal, kid me. Oh, he's so tanky. He's so tanky. I need a health vial. See, I like this. Maybe I just wait for Nasty Spill to boom. Because it's certainly doing a good job of keeping that entire middle of the room uninhabitable. We got him. Soul Cells don't bring you out of, Save Yourself? Yeah. Kind of ironic. Soul Cell, save your soul. And it's like, nope. Oh. Oh well. I don't lose a life there, though. Friezclee's underrated boss. It's interesting, because they took a bone health bar enemy and made him highly resistant to that elemental matchup. So anytime they do that, forces you to change up how you approach things. It's cool. Love how passionate you are about video games and how in-depth you go with them to help yourself. Others helped me a lot so far. Really enjoy my melee build. Glad I found the channel. Hey, thanks again, Cryptic. I appreciate that. Means a lot to hear. And thank you for the 100 bits. It's too cold now. That'll be a big damage increase because of Amnesia. We have 2 alchemical agents. Sick. So, wait. I just had a thought. If we had had, like, old Contagion in this run, that'd have been crazy, because there's so many rooms in this, it's totally feasible to get, like, 10 points in Contagion. Like, that's downright realistic with a 30-room run. But the good thing about Contagion is that it still pairs wonderfully with Alchemical Agent. So even if I get 100% chance now, that's great, because that means my Alchemical Agent basically just, you know, double hits. And because I have 2 points in Alchemical Agent, the Contagion off the first one, the Contagion off it, rather, excuse me, is just gonna be as strong as an original one would be without the Butt Stallion stuff, aka very strong. So, like, just good stuff. This room is so cursed. There we go. Ain't no need for HP above 1 full send. Miasmic Mail. Max health. 2 in Ascension, 3 in Mortal Vessel. Like, I guess that's trying to do Dire Sacrifice stuff. But this would be... This would be like... Bone Carver Dire Sacrifice and not Bereaver. Still, I'll pick it up. If it had had area damage, that would have been a lot more attractive, but... I'll take it anyway. I'll take it. I like its energy. On a necklace called Slip and Stun? Yeah. Slip and Stun is the slide speed one. And Anarchy making my aim look worse than it already is. Sad. How you doing, Beaver? What's over there? Okay. This is a populated room. I really hope we get that Ascended Banshee with Vampire today, because Vampire would make this run a lot less stressful. Echo is really nice for the damage output here, because of just how many things we have going on, but Vampire would be so much safer. Level 48. Oh, how tanky that quartz is. Holy shit. 49 elite mountain trolls. Had another thought. Empowering Sigil probably gains so much value on this run because enemies are alive much longer, so I get more realistic uptime. Oh, sorry, Byron. On the frozen bonus. Ooh, Empowering Sigils for this. Can those roll crit parts? Chat. Like a crit chance, specifically. Don't recall off the top of my head. Don't need survivability if there are no enemies left to kill you. True. That would be a pretty big tank bonus, because of the way ward converts. You know what? Yeah. Chonky. Just a little bit of buffer. Offset some of the puddle stuff. Leave so just like 4%. That's still a decent bonus to the base, because crit chance stuff on the card, remember, card crit chance is added to your base and then formula kicks in. So even if your card crit is only 4%, well, that takes your base from 5 to 9, which could have a meaningful difference. X extended put a timer? Maybe. I'm still getting a feel for this. I mean, they time the run at the scoreboard at the end, so you can see the in-run time. I don't know if that removes, like, map transition time or anything, but the stat screen should take care of that. Movement speed is putting in work here. Just outpacing the enemies, not taking very much damage at all. Get my action skill back, at which point I can go in, do a hit, and go back about my business. Inflammation. Roguelite or Nullify? Ooh. I guess we're taking Nullify. It's fine. The extended run set? This one? Yes. The super extended one? Yeah. Fixed rooms, as far as I'm aware. What the hell hit me? Oh, ranged enemies, level 49, hit really hard. Cool. Come on, get over here. Ooh, I feel that nullified damage loss. Mono Executioner's Blade, I need you. Thank you. Colony Shroom will be good for progression if I can stay alive long enough. There we go. Yeah, sorry about Stallion, that's not fucking happening. Ah, ranged enemies. You hit so hard. I like it. Elective difficulty. Yeah. It's also a good way to learn container locations. Because there's still a lot that I don't know. Helps me brush up. Is there one over here? A different map I was thinking of. Oh, well, either way. Not there. I don't know them in this map at all. Ugh. This might be a Stavomatic one. Saw that coming. Entirely my fault. Ugh. Are there weak enemies? Oh, I gotta try my luck with you. Alright. Helpful little pile of health vials. Coiled or tough here. They have very wide AoEs. It's hard to keep doing damage while avoiding their damage. And that matters when they're level 49. Counter players, so this stuff doesn't matter. TGIF, Pinky, how are you? They're all immune to cryo? Yeah, what's your point? My level difference seems pretty bad. Difficulty. Difficulty. They only get this high a level if you keep eluding rooms, which I'm going to continue doing, because it's fun. Outdam Dot would murder my damage, so no. We'll take Encroaching Darkness. Murders our survivability, but less detrimental. Getting excited, new PC part comes in today. Nice, nice. Happy for you. That's a good feeling. You're weak enough, I can kill you. Line you up so the Banshee projectiles also hit the others. So we'll get this done now while enemies are not cooperating. See. the amount of trolls have as much health as bosses. They're very tanky. And they hit very hard. But it's balanced by them being slow, and they telegraph. Ooh, Trust and Magic. Big tank increase. Love to see it. That'll be really helpful. There's exclamation point hotfix here, if you're looking for those. And patchworks as well, I guess. We do have both. Trust and Magic is the one that gives you metric fuck ton of health and ward if you're using an armored? Yes. It is also still a positive if you're using a deathless. I think Lazy said the most optimal rooms would be around 14 20 to elite. Yeah, I was there. I am experimenting for what this build is capable of in terms of eliting, rather than playing necessarily optimally. This is my very first run through this. My very first complete run. I dipped in for a short period of time. Just to test, but I didn't do a complete run. So I wanted to save that for stream content. Drop the thing. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Hey, Heavenly Angel. How you doing? Guarantee you can elite all rooms, after all. Nah, it's just... melee builds in this game are good. It's simple as that. I don't know what's gonna happen in the chamber floor when you finish this run. A high chance my PC can't handle it. But a long stint of looting. Which I'm okay with, because loot rooms are fun. Doing a large chunk of content and then getting a large pile of loot to sift through. Nice loot distribution model. I'm a fan. Morning out of tamales. How you doing? Deep Zombie. Hope you're well. Trapped Harps and Spectral Vengeance. I guess I go with Spectral Vengeance here. Neither is ideal, but of the two. I was right. Not a bad crystal total. Can get this way higher, by the way. But not a bad total. What's that gold if you're willing to spend the time to sell 30 plus worth of loot to the vendors? Right. So this will be interesting. I will have to play very hit and run. Especially with Nasty Spell. It'll be fine though. Luckily, Elemental Overflow isn't a factor here, because I'm not using that element at all. I underestimated my damage. I very much underestimated my damage. Cool. Bye, Celissa. Yeah. The bug? There's a boss? Yeah. So we did pick up, Bark and Bunny. Bunny could give us a hard time. Normally Bunny's pretty trivial in this build, just takes a while. Bark will be a face roll. What's the secret to that boss? She resists lightning. So it's kind of funny if you get elemental overflow lightning on her because it doesn't change anything. She resists lightning. She's not actually tanky. She just does a lot of area denial stuff and moves weirdly. So having a lot of good fire damage really helps your performance on her out a lot. Bark, did I say you could survive this phase? I did not give you permission. The nerf. Goodbye. How was that? Is that Alchemical Agent Executioner's Blade that murders Alyssa? Yes. You can see it's a very potent combo for bossing. You stack up a pretty good sizable formula, and is a very powerful move. The raid bosses go down easier than the elites, because you get the elites up to level 49, but the raid bosses are just, like, kinda the same. Come on. Thank you. A little over an hour, because we took our sweet time. But now we reap the rewards. It might... these vendors might roll over with the amount of time it's going to take us to loot. But this is my save that has money. So I'm okay with that, because I can buy it. See what we get from the chests. Yeah, 41.6k crystals. Come on, 420.69. Almost. You know what's in the chest this week? We keep that up to date. Felicia posts every week what's in the chest, and the vendors, and the featured, and all that, in the spoiler channel in the Discord. I don't recall what it is, but I'm sure it's posted there. Someone can check. I'm busy doing this. This is our life now, chat. Just pouring crystals in. Amusingly, Bradluck does trigger amnesia, so that's why I lit me on fire. Don't give me that RNG, Bradluck. I need a better loot luck amulet. As in, not a Bradluck. Biggest Glacial Cascade? That sounds right. It's gonna take a while. Hey, Stone Swan, how you doing? I love that emote. Another Pup Tea banger. daily reminder to sub to Pup Tea and, like, consume her art. Don't eat it, but appreciate it. I guess I'm taking off Bradluck because that's gonna annoy me. Need some shield skills entry in this game. All we get is unarmored glass cannon. I feel like you've forgotten some very important things. Question mark? Just gonna forget mage armor exists, huh? Clawbringer gets a shield skill. Yeah, on its own, Radiance is not very remarkable, but Radiance with unarmored defense is very remarkable. Regular boys want something unique. All right, let me get one out for you. You're remarkable? No, you. I haven't used this one in a while. You can't fuck with me, Thomas. I am more powerful than you ever will be, and even more so than you could ever fathom. God's given me both the power, both the wisdom and the power to transcend higher than your mind is capable of even thinking of. You can attempt to strike me down, to try and chip me down into nothingness, but your attempts will be wasted, just as everything you will and are able to do. This is grammatically not very sound, and it's so much better. By the way, we're out of eggs. Can you pick up some on your way out? Thanks, Thomas. Now, I'm pretty sure this is addressed to Thomas the Tank Engine. It's the deep lore. And no, please. No. Alright, let's spend down to 20k and then survey the damage. See what's in here. Alright. And yeah, I really should be selling stuff, but no. Classic deep Thomas the Tank Engine lore. Universe is super rich in backstory. Yeah. Absolutely. Literary genius. Primordial Salt and Battery, but, you know, non-elemental. Has Vampire, though. So I'll take that. It could be good on this build. Might even try that out, in all honesty. And non-elemental has a shout with this kind of run because of, oh, there's the Primordial Mage Staff. Because of Elemental Overflow. I should really pick up and sell this stuff, but I don't exactly have the inventory for that. Maybe we correct that. Just throw a bunch of shit in my bank. Why did I pick this up? I don't need this. We also have not done Fyodor 4 on this character, so that stuff isn't populating our pool, but that could be a positive. Because that means we don't get Greed Warden and Petty Tantrum in our melee pool, which is good, because I don't really want those. But that does mean we have less reason to hit Shotgun Bunny, less reason to hit Spell Bunny, although there's plenty of spells, less reason to hit Amulet Bunny. But this is a character that has done Imelda, so we can get Barbaloads. Let's roll this. Better Barbaload. Brand new to the game, haven't watched many of your stream on it. What are you doing for so much loot? So this is the Chaos Chamber. This is the endgame content of this game. It's a dungeon crawl where you go through rooms and you can take curses to increase your difficulty and your crystal rewards. You can take blessings to increase your power, but they cost crystals. And you fight regular enemies, you do side objectives, you fight mini-bosses, you fight bosses, you do all that stuff. Currently, there's a 1-week mini-event going on, where we have a super extended run. The run took me an hour just now, but it's 30 rooms, and you get an insane amount of crystals on the higher Chaos tiers. I'm on Chaos 50, which is the max, and we did some bonus things to get even more crystals. So we had over 40,000, which is a lot of loot at once. Sure would love a Vampire Hilt on that Banshee. Yeah, Sinju, I would. How many mage stabs today? So far, 1. Claw doesn't have a Melda. I haven't done DLC 3 yet. And to be honest, I don't know if I will, because Claw doesn't really need any of those items. Yeah. You can keep that character from ever having to deal with those bosses, then. Or having those items in your loot pool. Like my newest Clawbringer, I don't plan on doing DLC 1, not because Chums is problematic, but just because I don't have any need of those items in my loot pool, so I may as well keep them out. Not doing DLC 2 because Imelda sucks. Did DLC 3 because having Stab-O-Matic and Smithy's Ire in the pool is worth it. What is Radiance worth taking with an Unarmored? Read the last 2 words of your sentence. This loot pool control might not have been intended like this, but it's still great to have. Yeah. It's real nice. It's like 80 bunny hits or something. Probably mathing wrong because I feel very sick right now. I hope I feel better. I don't need a barb load and I get Shark's Bane in Chamber. Yeah, Shark's Bane would be the biggest thing that I'd be missing out on by not doing DLC 1. But ring balance is so good that even the very desirable ones, like Shark's Bane, have competition. Even for gun builds, Fealty Oath can outdo Shark's Bane now. If you get a good roll. It's just easier to get a good Shark's Bane than a good Fealty Oath, you know? So they've all got their use cases. Did you just do Chums T1? Yes, but that doesn't solve the problem, Thermal. All the loot still goes in the pool. I don't want the Twisted Delusion, the Divergent, the Cape of Tides. I don't want that in my loot pool on my Ghostblade build. Fealty Oath is just for the gun manufacturers? Yes. What skeep do I have? Do I have a skeep? Get rid of that one. Yeah, that took us 10 minutes to get all our crystals out. Ascended Frenzied Wrath with 1 dark magic efficiency passive. That's so sad. Non-chaos tiered Barbaloon. And Amulet variance is brutal. That's a pretty good skeep. Frost Claw, all damage. But it's only volatile, so I can justify not taking that. When you're as much of a hoarder as I am, you don't really have the space for stuff like that. That's like a might use thing instead of a will use thing. I won't do that. DLC 3 gear should now drop in only if you complete Form 4, which this save has not done. Ascended. 28 loot luck. How does that compare to my Brad luck? 47. But it wouldn't kill me. Eh. I'll just wait for a double roll ascended eventually. It exists. Copium. Frost Burr. All damage. Status chance. Ascended. That's a lot of, like, damage. But it's not a Barbalode. It's good enough for me to pick up, but squinting at it a little bit. Barbalode's a big part of my mobbing on this build. How do we do on Moon Orbs there? Hey, that brought us to cap. I think you get just a full Moon Orb cap from doing one of these runs. Melee isn't that bad against Fyodor. You need to do other things against the Soul Cells, but I have Stab-O-Matic for that, so... yeah. Wonder how much money you can get with a clear backpack and looting launchers. I'm kind of curious. Do we do that just to see? Like, I am pretty curious about that. That's such a time investment for a meme, though. Use my Ghostblade against the Soul Cells. Ghostblade's hitbox against the Soul Cells is so ridiculously inconsistent that on my Ghostblade build, I just shoot a Stab-O-Matic. I kind of want... It's such a bad idea. It's such a waste of time. But I want to. I don't have a Bolt Lash. I hate PLC3. Some people don't like the bullet hell thing. It's not for everyone. I like it, but that doesn't mean the people who don't like it aren't valid. Do it for the meme, we can talk about life choices after. I don't have a full backpack on this character. Keep that in case I need it. Force use Stab-O-Matic is lame. You can just use another gun too. You could use a Sword Explosion, you could use a Live Wire. Or not Live Wire, a White Rider. Doesn't have to be a Stab-O-Matic. You're not forced to use Stab-O-Matic. Another thing you can do on a Ghostblade build is you can just spec into Executioner's Blade temporarily and that'll also just do the thing. You got lots of choices. Put the Phoenix away. Help me with my Dreadwind Hammer Circuitry. What happened to the last time I sent you a Dreadwind Hammer Circuitry? The decisions wouldn't have changed. Any good builds still use Clawbringer? I'm literally on one right now, Crimson Warcraft. You're catching the start of a run with a Clawbringer build. So, yes. Melee? Yeah. I've found myself getting more and more addicted to melee in this game. But yeah, this is a Clawstalker with a focus on melee. We use Ghost Blade and Snake Stick as the bulk of our damage. Don't mind this fire immune enemy making it look trash. Lots of armors for this build. I really like Claw because the conversion of your companions is useful for controlling awe-related stuff. Also, the Wyvern applying a debuff is pretty nice. Other options. If you find yourself taking damage frequently enough, Amnesia's a choice. Paradigm is relevant because you have follow-up, so you could convert spell if you so chose. Miasm Gamail would be good because it would help alchemical agents damage. Amalgam, of course. Depending on your choice of elements, Calamity could be relevant. You have a YouTube channel? Also have a Clawbringer stab, it's really weak. I do have a YouTube channel, but I kind of neglect it. I'm more of a live content guy, David. But I would be happy to answer any questions or help you with any build stuff here on the stream. I have two YouTube channels. My main one that I haven't uploaded anything to in 5 months. And my stream archive channel. Hey Doc, how you doing? Plate mail would be too much damage reduction. Plate mail wouldn't do anything. Like, it would just be a damage loss. You wouldn't get anything out of it. This isn't a build that's really doing on-hit effects that the plate mail would assist with, so it would just serve to make some of our damage not benefit from some of our elemental bonuses, and then just reduce it overall. Wouldn't be an upgrade. You can make a strong case for Diamond Gauntlets here. Diamond Gauntlets is a lot of crit chance. And if you look here, I'm at 63.7 melee crit chance, partially buffed right now. With Ghost Blade out, that goes up. I don't know why my Ghost Blade cooldown's glitched like that, but... Diamond Gauntlets is elemental damage, crit chance. And it's not terribly difficult to stand still, especially since we already have incentive to stand still, because Body Rune has Spirit Rune's lightning bonus while standing still built in. Because Wonderland's moment. Get over here, interview went very good, hoping to hear good news next week. Let's go. Love to hear it. Love to hear the homies succeeding. You deserve it. Just a visual bug with the Ghost Blade, I guess. So, explanation for this build as I play it, for anyone curious. This is leaning into doing melee in indirect ways. Ascended Marshmallow, nice. So, like, our Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade is very interesting because it takes your swing speed. It is 85% of the damage of your melee weapon. It takes its element, and then it uses your melee crit stats. So something like a Snake Stick is really nice since it just has a good mix of all of these things. High crit chance, decent crit damage, decent swing speed, decent base damage. But the Snake Stick also has going for it, you can have up to 3 Hydras, which do, each of them will do melee attacks from range that trigger your melee stuff like Alchemical Agent. They don't count as melee attacks, but they are melee damage. So my formula benefits them, and each of them is about 44% of card damage. So it's a lot of concurrent damage happening at once. I've got that going on. The pistol I'm shooting is a Scalawag, which is applying melee crossbolts. Melee crossbolts are huge for your melee damage formula. Every single melee build should have a way of applying melee crossbolts, no exception. It is just simply more damage. And we're using a lightning one specifically because that helps us keep the Clawbringer's Awe skill active, both halves of it. My melee weapon is fire. I'm wearing a Tired Claw, so my Wyvern is entirely fire, even the Lightning Breath attack. So my only way of getting the crit chance part is from the lightning damage from my gun. Is this or Borderlands better? There's no real way to answer that, CBJ. I am a Wonderlands player and a Borderlands player. I like both. And this is currently the main game that's occupying most of my attention. I really enjoy the build crafting. I enjoy the different things it's done creatively from Borderlands games. But I couldn't really tell you better because that's a subjective thing. I think that this game has the best launch endgame out of any Gearbox Lands title. And I'll probably put significant hours into it. I already have a little under 1,200 hours in this game. 1,200. I have 6,000 plus in Borderlands 3. 6,200 and something. So, I'm a big fan of build crafting. You could say I'm pretty hardcore about it. In that regard, they're very similar. And the core gameplay is Borderlands-y. First time watching Wonderlands, I had a feeling they're both the same with different themes, consider checking this out. I would recommend it. If you like the builds aspect of Borderlands games, specifically, then you'll be right at home here. This game is, it's basically a dungeon crawler with Borderlands gameplay. There's a few areas where there's departures in design philosophy. For example, Borderlands bosses aren't very interesting. They might be thematically cool, but in terms of gameplay, they're not mechanically complex, they don't really threaten you much, they don't do much. Wonderlands bosses, truly built different. Wonderlands bosses actually have the ability to ruin your day. Like, they will mess you up. If you don't obey their mechanics, they will kill you. So it's harder, a little bit harder than a Borderlands game. I feel like a challenge. This is closer to that. Awesome, thanks. Very welcome. If anyone here is potentially going to pick up the game, you can do !Wonderlands and it does spit out my affiliate link. I do get compensation, but if you want extra stuff in the game, extra cosmetics, there's some you can only get by using one of those affiliate links. If you grab the Chaotic Great, which is the Season Pass inclusive edition of the game. But, one thing that this game does that Borderlands fans have wanted for a long time is it's got melee weapons, dedicated melee weapons. See, I've got this slot just for melee. and it's an entire avenue of build you can make. I play melee builds the most in this game. I did not particularly care for melee in most of the previous titles, but this one is different. Spells are dope too? Yeah. I would say the community's response to Wonderlands a few months in compared to BO3 a few months post-release. Very similar. You'll have some people pretending like the same stuff didn't happen. But you had the same people, for the most part, saying, oh man, such a departure, they did all this different stuff. You know, the same people bellyaching about that at the same time frame. It was the same response. The big difference between these two games' content cycle, Stump, is that Wonderland's DLC season is over a much shorter period of time. So we're seeing overlap between complaints in a shorter time frame. It's still the same stuff, it's just happening in a condensed time frame. But my personal philosophy is I always want something new and different when it comes to game design. And Wonderlands has done that for me. So, I like it. Wish you could carry the melee weapon as a primary. Yeah, David, that would have been cool. That would have been cool. I would have enjoyed that a lot. Hopefully that's feedback they take into account for future titles. Wonderlands has far more polish than BO3 at the same release period. Oh yeah, BO3 at only a couple months in had some big issues. It's like saying chocolate or ice cream is better, depends on your taste. What you like more, both are good. Yeah, and why not both? Gotta head to work. Have a good one, Cryptic. What if I wanted less damage? Hush you, Yasha. Comparing games that have been out for years. Yeah, it is an unfair comparison, but comparisons are what gamers thrive on. Gaming communities cannot stop themselves from comparing. Really enjoy Wonderlands. Started late, so I'm lost on a lot of things. It's a lot of information to keep track of. Crimson Warcraft. Yeah, it's not easy. So Bunny would probably ruin my day on this build. Let's do it. Let's do it. Put chocolate syrup on most ice creams. There you go. That is called winning. BL3 timeline's so bad, we're even doing a month 4 of BL3. Month 4 of BL3 was, Maliwan Takedown had just gotten solo scaling. So, Maliwan Takedown came out in November, which was, you know, month 2.5. Because September 13th to November, like, 19th. So, month 3, I guess. Month 3 was Maliwan Takedown. Month 4 was DLC 1. It was month 5 when Maliwan Takedown got solo scaling. It was forced 4-player until then, which I enjoyed it, but some people found that inaccessible. As in, too hard. Oh, month 4 of BO3 was, we just got DLC 1, dedicated drops had just recently been implemented, cartels had not yet happened, Bloody Harvest had not yet happened, DLC 2, Mayhem 2.0, all that stuff had not yet happened. The majority of the game's item buffs had not yet happened. BL3 didn't become anything like the BL3 that we know until probably about 7 months into the game. About 7 is when it started becoming more like what we know it now. But even then, it was still barely recognizable until probably about 5 months after that. So, yeah. Took almost a year for BL3 to become what it's known for now. Different people have different preferences about which era of BL3's life was the golden era, because it has changed so wildly. Wonderlands is still very young. Cutsman meta. I remember Cutsman meta. My Maliwan takedown loadout was a Brainstormer, a Maggie, and then a Shock Cutsman and a Corrosive Cutsman. That was my go-to setup. EGR Time Trials era. Probably my favorite as well. Mayhem 4 1.0. A lot of people really refer to Mayhem 4 just around the release of DLC 2 as the golden era of the game. DLC 2 was just before Mayhem 2.0. So at that point in time, right before 2.0, Iron Bear was the best balanced it ever was. We had a lot of weapon diversity, character diversity, a lot of the content that the game would get over its life cycle. It was a good time. It was a good time. I personally, as a build crafter, I like some of the options we got after that point in time, in spite of the problems that came with that stuff. So for me, it'd probably be Time Trials era. Driver Cutsman was something. Yes, it was. Forums have convinced themselves that devs aren't going to keep supporting Wonderlands. Just can't imagine Leaps of Logic to get there. They will parrot anything they see on the subreddit that was parroted from a YouTube comment section of a large creator, regardless of whether the creator said that or not. It's like a game of telephone. Man was crap until M11. Are you referring until 2.0? Because I think M11 was a big upgrade to the system, yeah. Giving people the option to just not have to deal with modifiers. I think that was an improvement. Also, hi Pragmatic, how you doing? Good to see you. I'll look at that after this room, Irish. Oh, am I dead? That was close. First build, he said nothing on unyielding. Okay. Look at it after this room. You know that Wonderlands was originally just gonna be Mount Craw, and the main story was gonna be DLC. Changed at the last second. Factually true. Yeah, that's a conspiracy theory that someone posted on Reddit, and then game journalists actually picked it up. Like, you cannot make this shit up. For anyone who thinks that's even slightly likely, it can be debunked with 5 seconds of looking at game file structure. 5 seconds. Also, it's stupid. Day 3 no power? Sorry, Dex. Any updates on that? Alright, let's see. Yeah, if you're going for Blood of the Fallen, sure. But at C50, I probably wouldn't prioritize long Dreadwinds over damage. Like, if I was focusing on Dreadwind at C50, what I would probably do is pull all that stuff and then go that, honestly. Indomitable would be just very comfortable to have. Despite it not strictly playing well with unarmored defense, you're gonna have other outlets of healing, you're gonna have unyielding, it's gonna help you out a lot. I'd probably go with something like this for Dreadwind. The Radiance points with unarmored defense transfer well into health, so it's decent buffer. The Berserker tree looks good though. Good way to catch up on levels during the story besides side quests. Can I farm a boss or something? What I like to do is, do you own any DLCs, Crimson? Because there's two different answers I have for that, depending on if you have DLCs or not. All of them? Okay. DLC 3, the minecart room, or the forge room have infinite spawning enemies. So you can pick either of those and just kill. I like doing that because it also gets you some souls to spend on the wheel, which can help you keep your gear current. Or at the very least, is good money. Use the souls or save them for later. It depends. It depends. If I need gear or money, I'll use the souls. If I don't, then I'll save them. It's worth noting that your souls do scale up with your chaos tier, so you won't be getting that many compared to what you might be used to on an endgame character. So like you get 1 soul until chaos 22, at which point you start getting 2, and then at chaos 38 or something like that. No, at chaos 47 you get 3. Chaos 47 is when you start getting 3. $48. Actually, Snoring Valley is supposed to be the only base game mission, with Ribula being the main boss of the campaign. The rest is DLC. What hero points you do for this build? Max Strength, as always. Max Wisdom, because status damage from Alchemical Agent. And the remainder are currently in Dexterity for crit chance. There's an argument for running Constitution for a little more tank. There's an argument for running Attunement for a little better Ghostblade uptime, but currently it's in Dexterity. Rambling about crit stuff last night, it turns out it was nothing. I figured. Sorry for the lack of confidence. I saw it just before I went to bed and figured it was just you being tired because I was tired. Glad I was right. We're gonna take one blessing. A new weapon yet? Yeah. It's interesting. I want to use it on a gun build. I need to figure out or research if it can roll Gatling, because it being semi-automatic's annoying. Supposed to help my mom's friend remove a stump from an old lady's yard today. I guess because of the rain. Said nope. Unfortunate. Good one, J-Bridge. Toothless or Nullify? Okay. Well, we're going Nullify. Now, Nullify affects a build like this quite a bit, because Ghostblade is a lot of hits. So Nullify gets stacked up really quick. Okay. One thing I wish Chaos Chambers did is be able to save your crystals for another time. DLCs to save your souls is very useful. Working a family ability to save crystals would be awesome. That would just lead to, like, infinite hoarding, Grasshopper. And the thing is, for a run like this, 1 hour, for me, was 10 minutes of spending crystals. But you could do shorter runs. You could do, like, the boss run format, which is 5 to 10 minutes on an average build of engagement. Or, like, 5 minutes of looting. And making crystals transfer between runs would lead to people just hoarding, like, millions. Literal millions. I don't think that'd be necessarily how they want us to do things. I don't know if it would be directly a problem, you know? But I can definitely guess that they wouldn't want us to just, for example, hoard all our crystals from a Chaos Climb, 1 to 50, 0 to 50 technically, and then just spend them all at 50, you know? Like, I don't think they want that. Really a reason? Well, Grasshopper outlined a reason. You know, sometimes the time commitment of spending the crystals is too much. Which is why I first mentioned the shorter runs. Because it does take a while to spend crystals. It legitimately does. Especially for this run. Approaching Darkness is actually really scary on this. I do spend a lot of time down. Often do the long featured runs like this. This is the first time they've done this. So I think it's safe to say this is experimental. I did quote tweet their announcement of it yesterday, because I want us to give this one love. Like, it seems to be very popular with people who are enjoying the game. So make sure they know that you like it. If you're on the social media and stuff. Because I want them to make this a permanent option, so we have more gameplay choices. Because if you want to just keep doing the Chaos Chamber gameplay loop, this is a great way of getting a lot of difficulty a lot of playtime at once, and a lot of loot. Like, this is just a good option. I like us having options. So make sure they know what you like. I'm sure they're absolutely fucking sick of hearing people constantly prattle on their tweets about what they don't like. Give them some positive love for something that is just good. People who like Chaos Chamber generally seem to like this run. Had a boss rush with every boss being a DLC boss. Pain. You could hoard crystals. I feel like some people get bored quicker. If you hoard enough, you might have less reason to do Chaos Chambers when you want something. Yeah, and with, like, DLC releases, if that had always been a feature, let's discuss an alternate timeline where hoarding crystals had been a thing from launch. People would have just saved up millions and then not played the game until they could just get the DLC gear from bunnies, and then just done that. I imagine that is bad for metrics in terms of gameplay. Been a problem in other games? Mm-hmm. It's great. I also hope after DLC 4 they had a Season Pass featured run. Yeah, yeah. One where we could just target the DLC bosses in there alone. Yeah. I agree. I don't think I'll be doing it myself, but I think it deserves a permanent spot. I think that's a nice, reasonable perspective. More choices for more players is always a good thing. For example, I wouldn't use it at all, and I don't think it's a huge priority, but a New Game Plus feature would simply be more options for more players. And as long as it didn't have anything exclusive to it, such as enemy difficulty or I'd be fine with it. If it unlocked you, like, cosmetics for beating it, sure, whatever. But as long as all gameplay is still available on non-New Game Plus, I think a New Game Plus feature would just be good for the game, simply for giving players more options. And that's how I feel about Chaos Chamber playlists as well. More options for more players. Being able to toggle the DLCs on and off would be nice. 16 Gemstones. Yeah, that's been my biggest reason for doing playthroughs, Blueface. Like, this build, this save I'm on right now, was the Clawbringer I leveled, specifically so I could have the same gameplay as my other Ghostblade save, but without having anything associated with DLC 2 involved. Along the way, I decided to also cut out DLC 1, but yeah, if I'm doing a playthrough to bypass some content that I bought, like, you know, or that players can buy, I should say, because I gifted the game thanks to 2K. I was thinking about buying it for the platform. Am I dead again? Stop running! These extra lives are coming in clutch. Like New Game Plus, or just a replay like TVHM and BL3, so we go back to normal with everything finished and unlocked. Exactly. Reason I said New Game Plus and not TVHM, because people didn't like that BL3 TVHM with Mayhem applied was just a New Game Plus. Like, I don't want to have to do more playthroughs for more difficulty. That was one of the weakest parts of early Lands titles. Forcing endgame players to do the same story stuff 3 times so they could get their difficulty, and so they could even get enemies to be the correct levels. Like, that was weak. I don't want to go back to that. Let's not take steps backwards. Let's take steps forwards. Do you think a higher chaos level, say 35 and above, gear rewards like in BO3, Mayhem 6 and above gear? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 100% against it, strongly opposed. Reason being, as soon as you put something tangible, like an item, a usable item, behind a difficulty wall, people feel forced to play that difficulty. No matter how much it's still their choice, it's still elective, people will feel forced into it. And that leads to people who are not prepared for a given difficulty level feeling justified in advocating for balance changes to that difficulty level. And that happened throughout BL3's lifetime a lot. The game really, really gave you a hard time in terms of what was available to you if you did not play on at least Mayhem 4 or at least Mayhem 6. But people wanted that gear, so they went there. And then the gear scaling up with each individual level up to Mayhem 10 also made people feel like they had to play on Mayhem 10. And Mayhem 10 required more knowledge and more gear than a lot of people were initially able to put forth. So it just caused bad balancing. It caused things like the Guardian Takedown nerf, which to this day was just bad changes. But they were requested by people who felt pushed into the highest difficulty. So it's to this game's credit that there's no gear locked behind a given chaos tier. Could argue this still happens, but it's the same gear. It's bigger numbers, but it's on the same gear. So the gameplay is not different. It is not content that you are missing out on. Whereas with, say, Gen 2 Pearlescence, or Mayhem 4, Mayhem 6 exclusives, it was actual content. Different things that you were locked out of difficulty-wise. Being able to just skip a Mayhem level without building up to it also didn't help people calling for unnecessary balance change. Right. The fact that you have to earn your chaos levels in this game is good, because it stops people who are not up to the challenge of higher chaos tiers from getting there, thinking that they're prepared, and then having a rude awakening. It's a progression. People will hit walls. Better game health. This room is tough. I need to play more hit and run. Level 48 and 49 enemies on a Claw Stalker is tough, because this multi-class has absolutely no sustain. Like, at all. I have no survivability. My only survivability is from killing things with Body Root. Ascended Protagonizer? Ooh, nice. Same effect on people that are forcing up their levels for Farmer Ordeals Ascended because they want better gear. But that's just the progression mechanic of the game. It's not the same because it is the same thing with a different number rather than a different thing. It is still different. Best defense is overwhelming offense. I agree. Protagonizers always roll dark magic efficiency? No. Not different enough? I mean, that's just not true. These are the same item. These are the same item. Only difference is element, 1 damage part, enchantment, and chaos tier. They're the same item. One being volatile, the other being primordial, does not make them different items. They're the same item. Not arguing that point? Yeah, I'm talking to Sinju right now. One's far more effective. Doesn't matter. Does not matter, Sinju, because guess what? Volatile is the highest available at Chaos 20. Chaos 20 through 34, Volatile is the best gear you can have in your game. It is the best. So it is still the top gear in your game. It is still unlikely to drop. The rates of a Volatile at Chaos 20 are comparable to the rates of an Ascended at Chaos 50. Slightly higher, but comparable. It is still the same item. It is still the best gear for that difficulty bracket. Upping your Chaos tier for better gear is not that at all. It doesn't make it into a different item, and it's not even better. Because here's the thing with that. Proportionally, a Volatile at Chaos 20 is stronger than an Ascended at Chaos 50. It's just how it works. So it's going up for worse gear. It doesn't matter if you want to justify it to yourself by saying it's better gear. The math does not support that. That is not how the progression works. The gear is balanced to offset some of the increased difficulty of going up in the elective difficulty system. Not locking specific items behind an elective difficulty system was a good game design decision. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but you are saying something that isn't accurate. A Volatile and a Primordial can be the same item with different stats. I'd say the only thing I would say makes people forced to climb Chaos Chambers for a decent loot luck baseline number once you have the Shrine of Dice, but past 20 is meh. Yeah, like, once you get to about 20k loot luck, it starts plateauing pretty significantly. It gets better, but not by much. And if your time to kill goes down by more than your loot luck goes up, then you're less efficient. So, like, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be slower than the Frost Shiver because I'm spending so much time doing the hit and run bit. But that's okay. Because this is one of the squishiest multi-classes you can play in this game. And if I can do mostly elite 30-room chamber runs with it at a reasonable speed, then survivability is not as much of a problem as people pick it out to be. Also, I'm on intense difficulty, remember. I've chosen the elective difficulty where enemies do more damage and I do less. Rather than the one with the normal damage, or the one where I do more and enemies do less. I have actively chosen to be on the highest of the 153 difficulty levels in this game, while also choosing curses in my gameplay and eliting rooms to make it harder. Player choice. Ooh, that Evil Eye Crab sniped me in the butt. Indomitable just saved my life. Tragic. Don't you run away. Yeah, you gotta die, buddy. I'm sorry. No crab raid. He's alive. Loot Luck effect etiquette drops? Yes. Yes, it does. How's the Petty Tantrum? DLC 3 melee weapon. Floating by with like 30k loot luck. Could up it, machine returns and all that. Yeah, like honestly, before they made dice account-wide, I didn't even get all the dice on most of my builds. I had one that had them all. But I just didn't care enough because I was still getting drops. Like at the end of the day, loot luck is still better chances. So it's not a guarantee, and I was getting enough anyway. Never was a problem to me, at least. I'm past 1k loot luck on any characters? That doesn't seem true. Considering you get loot luck just for leveling, so like, that's not true. Using the damage plus healing sigil? Yes, Benchwarmer. Mine looks like this. Two lives left. Probably enough. Oh, that coiled attack. I think I'm gonna switch wards. Oh, I put the other one away. Shit. I keep a second body rune on me normally with the low health healing enchant, and I put it away. Damage buff and healing sigil gives us increase with cast out and fear. Correct. Caps out at 20% for being a purple at any level, whatever. That was close. But maybe I hang out in here because it'll funnel enemies into my Ghost Blade. Come on. I can still finish this before the timer. This one behaves. There we go. I have all the dice tutorial area, Brighthoof and Shattergrave now. So, when I first started really doing endgame stuff, I only had 68 dice. I went and rounded it off to 69, because nice. That was my, my Spore Ward. 69 dice. And that was enough for me. With like 20? To only get 20 dice, you have to actively be avoiding them. Like, there's no way. Just don't avoid dice. Grabbing just the ones in your path will get you at least 50. For just, like, completing the game. Any dice that you see just by consuming the content of the game, you'll have at least 50. Or you have the perception of a deathbat. I suppose. If you're required viewing for anyone who thinks the mobbing's too easy in this game, I'm being appropriately challenged right now. This is a well-optimized build. And I'm having to play very strategically. I'm enjoying this quite a bit. And I'm going to add that I'm doing this for basically no reward, because this is the run where I'm going to use all of the crystals on the Launcher Bunny and sell everything. Unless I get Ascended stuff, I guess I'll keep Ascended that are decent, but yeah, like, I'm gonna sell everything. So this is just for the content. I literally missed the dice in the little code in the tutorial world, and dice like catapult. Well, it might be worth spending 5 minutes and just grabbing, like, a few of them. Like we mentioned, getting to about 20k loot luck has a pretty impactful impact on your gameplay. Pretty profound effect. So at least doing that much helps. Then you don't really need to worry about it too much after that. If you're doing something super tedious, like wheel spinning, having more helps, but like... Oh, they got me again. They got me again. I wasn't paying attention. I might buy an extra life for safety. Wish they had the shift system in Wonderlands like they did BL3. Which shift system? The extension? EchoCast? Oh, okay, that's rude. Hello? Spawn camping? Okay. Ugh. Wheel fate not really worth it. The wheel is nice. It's just very tedious. And until you get through Form 4 of whatever associated DLC, the stuff's not in your world drop pool, so aside from the bosses themselves in the DLC, it's the only way to get the DLC loot. At Chaos 48, you can farm souls very efficiently. Like, you can get several thousand in an hour, which is a lot of wheel spinning, but it is slow because of the animation time and then the sorting through the loot. And the more DLC content you've done, the more polluted the wheel's loot pool is. So it can get frustrating. It is great during a playthrough of Purple Gear, absolutely. And it's always good for money. It spits out money, moon orbs, lots of cosmetics. Another good use of the wheel, even throwing the gear stuff aside, is they've added 80 cosmetics with each DLC. 80. Taking that. So, like, there's a lot to get from the wheel. That keeps distracting me. If I can't multitask, then I'm not doing my job well. It's not chat's fault, it's mine. $65 HP. Ugh. Man, Sharksbane would be really nice for some of these enemies. Oh, there's Indomitable. I need to run. Oh, sorry, Fire Friend. It was close, but not quite. Salute for Fire Friend. Want to add like 30 new helmets, hats? Yeah. More cosmetics. We should be getting more with DLC 4, so looking forward to that. Back after doing one third room featured. Welcome back. How'd it go? Does every flick of the wrist to reposition Ghostblade count as action skill start? No. was fun. Hey, nice. See a Dragon Lord fight 6 levels under, that was terrible. That could be tough. Not this most recent playthrough we did, but the Berserker only one I did before that. We ended up getting to Wastard quite a few levels under. I want to say we were like 5 levels under. And it was a real fight. It was a real fight. It took a couple of tries, but it was ultimately satisfying. Shout out to Obelisk rooms, they're so much fun. Yeah. Another community request I've seen that I would be down for is just an Obelisk run. We have the boss run, which is half Obelisks, half bosses, but having one of, like, just Obelisks would be pretty sick. I play that almost exclusively, and there you go. Oh, never leave the Obelisk run. People love the Obelisk. This is getting real tough to sustain all these elites. What if you're guaranteed a Pigwort? You can bring appropriate weapons and stuff to counter Pigwort, just the same as you can counter other bosses. Ow. That hurts so much. Ow. These frost buddies are less beneficial on this build than they are on the other one. A lot less tank in this setup. I gotta play aggressively enough to get these mortars off the field, though. Without this happening, ugh. Damn it. Oh, colony shrimp. That's good room progression. So ports. Like that. That's gonna be annoying. I have to say goodbye to level 19 times 25 stagecoach. Oh no. That probably lasted a good while. I need my Ghost Blade. I don't like this position I'm in. Come on, Ghost Blade. I need you. Oof. That was intense. This is fun. It's tough. One interesting idea would be an endless run, theoretically infinitely scale the runs after each win. They'd have to change losing crystals you're out of lives for this kind of mode, though. Yeah, because if your chosen method of distributing loot through Chaos Chamber runs is a room at the end and it has no end, then that creates problems. It would have to have an end. I think this is the closest they can get to that. This is probably them attempting to do like an endless mode that people can still complete. I want to see this run with 4-player. Like, the amount of crystals from that, it's gotta be crazy, right? This run, Maker, all curses, all elites, 4 players. That's gotta be nuts. Time to run, time to run. All files? Any? No? Shit. Okay, crystals, you get the fuck out. Spend 3 hours going over loot and taking turns on bunnies. Yeah, you'd have to assign bunnies to people, because sharing that would be miserable. Send them there once they run out of lives, and the longer you last, the more crystals you get to spend, right? That would be a solution, yeah. Send help, more crystal signs. You're doing it to yourself. No sympathy. I don't want to take Toothless. We'll take Nasty Spill, as miserable as this is gonna be. That's a good one. Take it easy, Sora. Do a Chaos Chamber for levels or DLC? The boss run is pretty efficient for XP. Just doing like Chaos 0 boss runs or Chaos 1 boss runs. As long as you've got the tools to do the bosses quickly. Quite efficient. I did that for my last few levels. Ooh, extra life, yes. Need it for safety. Because we still have 2 raid bosses after the rest of this run. Only level 27. Boss runs or DLC 3 infinite spawn room farming would be my recommendations. One of those. Also going to grab all your collectibles. That gives you a good chunk of XP and preps you for endgame. So like your shrines, finish those out. Your marbles, your obelisks, your rune switches, your poetry. Completing all those gets you a bunch of stats. So, worth it. Picked up the game, suggestion on a character. What kind of playstyle do you like, J-Rock? Do you want to do gun stuff? Do you want to do spell stuff? Companions? If you know of any of the action skills, do any of those catch your eye? Do you want to just be a good generalist? Like, what's your poison? Marbles give you besides XP. Having all the marbles gives you a strength bonus. So you can see I don't have it here, but that's 10% strength, which is extra crit damage from having all the marbles. Having all the rune switches gives you crit chance. Having all the marbles gives you crit damage. Having all the poetry gives you spell cooldown. Having all the obelisks gives you health and wards. Having all the shrines gives you status damage. And then having... What gives attunement? Having all the bottle caps gives you action skill cooldown. Technically, I think Lachance would be faster because the quickest kill gets old fast, so that's personal preference, really. Farming Lachance would also be fast. I just don't find that gameplay loop interesting. It would also be a way. Just not what I would personally recommend, because it's boring, you know? I got hit by that trap. Silly of me. How long the XP grind take you? I finished the main story at level 30. So, just running around grabbing collectibles, with a little bit of DLC 3 farming, and then a couple boss runs, it was like 2 hours to get from 30 to 40. I could have done it way faster, but I was just casual. So, if you went super sweaty about it, you could probably get it done in an hour. 27 to 40. Make sure you have the XP shrine completed. I had a blank slate. I got lucky. I got a blank slate at level 15, and that's an extra XP bonus as well, so that was nice. Looking to decide on a close combat character. You can play them all like that. It sounds like Berserker would be up your alley. So Berserker gets damage reduction and damage bonuses for proximity to enemies. Has a lot of stuff that benefits all styles of play, be it guns or melee or whatever, and just kind of pairs well with everything. It sounds like Berserker might be a thing for you. Magma Breach is going to be problematic because that means I can't do my standstill for damage. Is Love Struck Bow still spell damage? Yes. You can jump in the yellow portal, coil throw up, and it takes you to the loot room. Is this some push the truck with strength to get Mew shit? Because, like, that sounds plausible. But I don't think that's true. Hey Foster, how you doing? Happy weekend, Quag Chad. Doesn't. I get the XP shrine. You collect the pieces in the overworld. Shrine pieces are scattered throughout overworld dungeons. Some of them have a shrine piece at the end as a reward. So getting all 4 pieces and then interacting with the shrine will give you that permanent XP bonus. Okay, so Lissa down. Just got the 2 raid bosses to go. Now there's 4, but Gloop is so tanky when you elite everything, and I don't want to lose all this stuff to Gloop or the Maker. Maker would be fine, but Gloop would probably take a life. Burr shotgun build sounds fun. No such thing. It's just a gun build using shotguns. There is a distinction. You crouch while shooting a con, you get a 3.6 times damage. How you doing, Stone Spawn? Happy belated birthday, by the way. Chat, tell Stone Spawn happy birthday. Taking means you can't one cycle loop anymore? Correct. It would take several cycles. The Frost Buddies make it so difficult. This is actually really hard. Because I need to hit the weak spots while keeping my debuffs on and not getting hit by the shit. Keep this a safe area for me. Alright, come on, get over here. Ah, shit. No Indomitable? Oh, there's a life. Okay, we bought the safety life for this. The last story mission level 30? Yes, but I don't tend to even complete it at level 30. My first playthrough was at 28, second one was 27. Yeah. Same frame? Wait. How does this work? I have one more life, right? Okay. You had one? Alright, last life against Bunny. The true final boss. So Bunny can actually fuck me up on this build. Like, without super extended. So this is gonna be intense. I gotta actually sweat this one out. There's my Indomitable already. Ghostblade, why are you not on the boss? I hope my shotgun ammo holds up for this. Not there, not there, not there, not there. Don't turn that way. Why are you like this? Shit, 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 shit. No! Not like this! Not like this! Oof. Warrant, warrant. No difficulty, by the way. Mace Warrior Trick Mirror time. Any other suggestions that I didn't ask for, Irish? You got any more in there? How you doing, Ruka? Good to see you. Okay. So I want to do that run again. Yes, B-Shield. Stop being stupid. That other body room from my bank. I want that. 35k crystals. Like I said before, I was doing that run for the gameplay. So, the loss of crystals doesn't really bother me. Sure, it was an hour of gameplay, but that's fine. I like when the game tells me no. The game told me to fix my survivability shit, so I'm gonna. This Twin Soul is appealing. If that was ancient, I would like that here. Primordial Salt and Battery. If it's okay, you got it next time. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. A body room. I need the body room. I'll take that one. Having a skeep would probably be beneficial. Cat? I have so many questions. Why were you there? Why was that there? You know, whatever. What did I just take out? I feel like a wet noodle playing claw. And granted, I need a better body room, better weapons, but still. I mean, welcome to what actual video game difficulty is like, Thermal. If you're used to Borderlands, where you could just lifesteal your way to success without anything being able to kill you, this is another reason why this game isn't Borderlands. And I like it. The bosses being able to punish me for being unprepared or, you know, off the top of my game or just making bad choices, I like that. That is enjoyable for me. It's something I've wanted in these games for a long time. How's my enchantment situation? I'm not getting a lot of uptime out of this silicone ring, honestly. But it's got good stats, so whatever. I could change that live wire up, I guess. That could maybe be useful. And I found a Frostburn. Ooh, was it good? Yes, the live wire run. I see. So I think we'll do 5 rooms non-elite and then start eliting for play. We're also going to keep a closer eye on blessings early on. Maybe we take a max HP blessing, but I don't think that'd be very impactful, honestly. We don't have much scaling off of that. I can lose fewer lives to unfortunate things along the way. Like that obelisk room I lost a life. Yeah, I can play more carefully. What's Frostburn do? It's a combination of a Vigilant and a Rebuking Sigil. So it's got the Hydras and the Singularity. And it is also the only Sigil spell that can roll multiple charges. So that's pretty cool. Are the fixed parts? No. Unfortunately, Frostburn is a lot of part variance. A lot. Return after Nice Walk. Welcome back, Viper. We Ghostblade versus the Super Extended. I'm gonna do 5 non-elite rooms and then the rest elite. We're gonna do 2 raid bosses. Lots of curses. We lost the last run to Bunny on our last life. The last enemy on our last life. Because I was unprepared. Just woke up from a 3-hour power nap. Now I feel like got rolled over by a truck. Help. So, I guess it was a power nap where you lost power instead of gained it. Interesting strategy. Let's see how that works out. Honestly, I'll grab this one too. Log it. That's not the purpose. Well, but it worked. You're a genius. This one has double crit chance parts. Not bad. Not bad. Someone say ball? I think someone said ball. Another one? Yeah, why not? Because we know we're gonna get Nullify later. So I may as well future-proof. Now we start leading. Hey Ramen, how are you? I question the usefulness of Theurge in boss fights, and the boss have very weird hitbox for Ghostblade. Not very many bosses fit that build. Example, the number of bosses with weird hitboxes for Ghostblade that are available on this build. Banshee and Theodore. Every other boss, Ghostblade is exceptional against. Theurge simply gives me more of my main damage. Now, Skeep might be worthwhile for survivability because of the nature of this run. But Slip and Sun wouldn't see much use. Barbaload would be okay. It's good for his arrows. Bloodbag would be useless. Frenzied Wrath would be useless. Joint Training would be minimal. Protagonizer would be useless. Bradlock, Omega Lull. And the biggest thing to keep in mind with amulets is, if I had perfect rolls on other amulets, yeah, I'd maybe swap situationally a little more. But I happen to have a good Theurge, so I'm going to use the Theurge with the good stats. But they had a Chadluck. I respect it. Accidental rocket jump, but I'll take it. That was fucking clean. That looked intentional, and I love it. Would Chadluck heal you instead of injure? Yes. And it would give you a loot luck penalty. I already did that. Melee builds just use Buffmeister? No. I'm playing a melee build and I'm not using Buffmeister. The other melee build I used on stream today does not use Buffmeister. Unimaginative players use Buffmeister. People trying to prove a point about how utterly ridiculous you can make your damage, knowing full well how ridiculous the item is, use Buffmeister. But, no. It is not necessary for melee builds, and I do not use it in any build. Does not interest me. If someone's telling you you need a Buffmeister, they are self-reporting. What do you use? This is a Fortifying Sigil. So, gives you 8% health per second while you're inside, 20% damage in the all damage category, 8-second duration, and it's a sigil, so it has that bubble that blocks projectiles. My other build uses Inflammation, which is a flamethrower spell. It has some good utility applications. Real life needs a Buffmeister, not my Trapscallion. I've heard as far as maximizing your damage is obviously intended, people who don't use it are stupid. Well, some people will have that take. But, as I mentioned, Fortifying Sigil, one of the things it does, two of the things it does, it blocks projectiles, and it heals you. Those are things Buffmeister does not do. Additionally, you know what Buffmeister isn't really great for? Directly doing damage itself. It just slaps its effects on other things. So if you're doing, say, a pure spellcaster build, there's no reason to use a Buffmeister because it doesn't kill things. It makes other things kill things better, but if you don't have another thing to put that on, like, why would you use it? In conclusion, no. Could Dreadwind build want Lovestruck Bow? Potentially. Potentially. It'd be good for Barbaload priming, yeah. Lovestruck Bow doesn't get melee crossbolts, though. It's its own thing. You'd be in a bit of a position where you'd probably still want to use, Tooth Raider, Scalawag, Fear Not. But it would at least prime for Barbaload still. If you carry 1 or 2 items to change Glass Cannon to tank, you'd always go somewhere in between. I sometimes carry situational items, Evelyn, but it really depends. For this build, there's no real way to get tanky within the bounds of what the build's doing. Like, in terms of the skill trees, there's no healing in either of these trees. Clawbringer has some support for ward tanking, but it doesn't give you ways of getting back your ward. I would need to do something like use a Vampire Hilt. So I could make this tankier, but it wouldn't really be worthwhile. There's a buff from the Meister even in damage calculation. Which part of it? It does like 8 different things. I feel like most of the people who are using it are ironically less powerful than stuff Quag has because it's just covering for bad choices. Exactly. Waiting for my Ghostblade cooldown. Zap part, damage on the card. Zap is spell damage, regular old spell damage, and the listed value is a bonus element. Seems like something to be locked behind paid DLC. I could totally see it, Thermal. I see what you mean. The Buffmeister could never. Sigil superiority. Got some fire stuff that all builds put in work. Let's go, fan. Common category that an instance can get increased by elemental damage. Exclamation point Buffmeister explains everything the item does. We have a command to just list all the... Yeah. Hey, Struggle Bus. How are you today? Throws new class soon, TM. Yeah, excited for that. I can't wait to see what skills roll on armors in combination with the Blight Caller. Because like they could do some crazy stuff. Like, what if Blight Spore gets Quiver of Holding on armor? A lot of mag size, a lot of ammo regen. Final time on the Chaos 050 run the other day. 5 hours, 13 minutes. Including potty breaks and such. What about both when you want nerf to feel it's unnecessary to be in the game? Divide it into a half a dozen or more different items. It has so many effects that could just be spread across different spells to promote meaningful choice making and build crafting. It simply does too many things. Any one of those things individually isn't necessarily a big deal, but the fact that it does all of them is the problem. Our DLC class is historically insane. It's gonna be a crazy powerful class. I mean, not really. Black, purple, gauge. Like, no, not necessarily. Is Krieg ever insane? Krieg was just a well-designed character. Had some very high potential in some areas. Struggled a little more in others. Like, raid bossing on Krieg was just kind of harder compared to what other characters could do in those situations. But yeah, I wouldn't say Krieg was, like, overpowered at all. It was just well-designed, well-balanced. Mentally, yeah. Yeah, Krieg is, clinically insane. Krieg is fun, enjoyed smacking myself in the face every 5 seconds. 12% by the way. Krieg's cool. I was close to getting the bonus from that one. Oh well. Back is really think for our type talk more, sorry, backseating. Apology accepted. Let's move past it. Show the item card for that pistol? Yeah. We got really lucky with this one. I got this in a vendor on stream yesterday. So the important points, you got the 25% blade here. You've got the melee crossbolts. And then that can also just roll in any element. With this blade, you can get up to ×2. You can get a 10% crit part. So this is perfect parts for my purposes here. The only thing about this that could possibly be better, other than, I guess, a different sight, would be it being Ascendant instead of Primordial. But this is, like, really good. Extra life over there. Specifically want it in shock, or did not matter. For this build, I did specifically want it in shock. Previously, I used this fire one, but I've since switched to using a fire melee weapon. So basically, if I'm using a Tiger Claw, which is going to make my Hydras fire and my Wyvern fire only, I'm going to want a fire weapon to take advantage of the debuff that the Wyvern's going to place on targets for only fire damage. But then I need to cover lightning damage somehow. And since the gun would be the least impactful part of my damage, doing that is optimal. The elemental roll affect melee in any way. In this case, I'm a Clawbringer, so I need to be dealing both lightning and fire damage in some capacity for Awe. If that's not relevant to you, then Cryo is probably optimal, because then you could freeze enemies for melee versus Frozen and for Berserker's Icebreaker skill. I suppose Dark Magic wouldn't be terrible, it's just you would very rarely get any sort of real benefit. Shooting weak enemies like Barforms with a Dark Magic one would be decent. Protagonizer. Poison Spore. I want a Frost Spore one with high chaos too. Weapons would you suggest I use for my Hammer Berserker, because I really don't have any fire weapons? The new Assault Rifle from Week 4 of DLC 3 is a fire weapon. Maybe that'll interest you. Check that out. There's also the Carouser. Big fan of that one. Sword Explosion and Ludite and Body Rocker can all roll in fire. AR sucks. On what do you base that? Shooting guns, gun game seems wrong. Listen, Don, I've reformed. I've changed. Like, it might very well not be great, but from what little I used it, it seemed promising. On paper, it seems promising. And the item's been legitimately obtainable for 1 day. So I think it's a bit early to say it sucks. Well, I think it has its crossbolts, otherwise its damage output is low. So that's just not true. It is a black powder weapon, meaning it has inherently higher crit. It's got an enhanced black powder ricochet, meaning it is good at multi-target. It is fire, which already puts it ahead of most guns for mobbing purposes. It can roll crit parts. It's got a wide part variance, but it seems to roll a decent base damage with a low mag and good accessories. A Primordial one can break 1k, I believe. And it's got a fast fire rate because semi-auto with a fast card fire rate equals high potential DPS. The reload speed didn't seem terrible. The paper stats of it are good. And head out, y'all have a good day. Take it easy, fan. Want to use it from the shadows? Yeah, that'd probably be the play. Can I roll Gatling Sukov? That I'm not sure yet. I've only gotten like 4 or so drops. And they've all been just semi-automatic. Just wish I could come Gatling. Can it not? Is that confirmed? I might be dead. Oh, we're good. Class using? This is a Clawstalker Brave Yoda, so this is Clawbringer and Stabomancer. Actually, that's a pretty good Redwind ring. Yoink. Anyway, another thing about the Phoenix is we haven't historically gotten very many fire multi-target weapons, like chaining weapons. And fire is kind of just the premier mobbing element because of how many enemies are flesh. So I'm having some thoughts about, From the Shadows with, plate mail in the Phoenix. See how that goes. Felicia, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi. At least I got a bunch of them yesterday, and none were gathered, not 100% confirmed, doesn't look super likely. Right. I've been having the same fear, Struggle Bus. Hopefully, we're just all unlucky, right? Copium. This answer with Phoenix to play the angles, shadow stuff might be fun. Yeah, because play the angles with, From the Shadows on a Phoenix with a plate mail sounds pretty good. Because the thing with the plate mail ricochets is, yeah, they'd be a lot weaker. But if the plate mail ricochets do play the angles, they get class power, which gives them all of the damage back and then some bonus. So, like, it's potentially quite good for mobbing. Surely we're all just unlucky. Yeah, Slushy. Like, everyone's just unlucky. Yeah, I knew that barrel was gonna get me. That was just a series of unintelligent choices I made. I don't know if I should XP farm on Chaos 1 or not. I think Chaos 1 is gonna be a good choice because, think about it, Chaos 1's max available gear is equal to Chaos 19's max available gear. So just getting on that Chaos 1 means your drops could potentially last you a lot longer. And even if you're, say, level 39 and you get a Chaotic, well, that's a level 41 item. Beneficial. From the Ascended one I got, made a build around preparing for it. Yeah, just good with mobbing, easy mobbing, clean up, hands down. Just don't like the low magazine. Most of the builds I do wipe the floor with. Faster without using Buffmeister, so it felt underwhelming. Well, that's a case of using items for their appropriate use case. For example, the Livewire, as we know, is an absolute GOAT when it comes to swinging a melee weapon. And it has some chaining capabilities when shooting the gun, you know, as a gun. But is it remarkable for mobbing? For shooting? No, it's kind of on the weaker side out of available options. And it's absolute cheeks for single target. Does that mean the Livewire is a bad gun, though? No, it means it needs to be used within its niche. Good non-elemental or dark magic backup gun? For just general use? Or are you thinking a specific multi-class, Evelyn? General? Sword Explosion, Ludite, Butterboom. If you got a Spellblade and some spell damage handy, Stab-O-Matic, but, you know. Rain of Arrows is good, if a little risky. If you can consistently hit crits, the head cannon is exceptionally good. And the reason it has to be Dark Magic non-LA. I imagine so that it's just a good, reliable backup when the favorable element isn't available. So, for example, like Salissa's ward, you can't really use lightning there, so Dark Magic non-LA is technically optimal. Bought a Primordial Head Cannon, let's go. That gun's so sick. I should not get distracted by looking for skulls. This is way too dangerous of a run for me to do that. The enemies don't kill me, my bad choices do. Sorry, fire friend. It was way too hot in here. Get it? Get it? I'm hilarious. If you want to do a build with the Clawbringer Hammer, what other class first comes to mind? Stabomancer. This skill right here, Alchemical Agent, all melee damage does this. So, the hammer's melee. You get good Alchemical Agent dots when that hammer throw crits. Definitely Clawbringer. Definitely Stabomancer, rather. Heavily spec'd in Frost, so anything against Frost immune or other immune. Yeah. Dark Magic non-LA is just a good blanket, like, you can use it in basically every situation. I'd still recommend element matching when possible. Like, the biggest weakness for builds that have a lot of Frost is fleshy enemies, so having a fire backup gun is nice. And that the reverse is true as well. A fire-focused build struggles against bone enemies, so that's where Cryo's nice. Oh, that was a barrel. What fire backup would you recommend for a Chillmonger that's running a ton of cryo stuff? There's a few staple items that are just element flexible that can roll in multiple elements, such as the Sword Explosion. So that's always a good bet. I'm a big fan of the Carouser Sniper Rifle, which is always fire. If you're willing to use your spell slot, Laser Hand is exceptionally powerful and is fire. Doesn't require a lot of build investment either. Doing Sabo playthrough, do I multi into Claw for Storm Dragon Judgment to make drill easy? Do I go for Burr for more move speed and melee stuff for Ghostblade, just for playthrough, by the way? Going for Burr would get you the option of running Blood of the Fallen Ghostblade for the late playthrough, and for your level grinding up to cap. So maybe that. You'd also get all the move speed and the bonus element, etc. Claw is going to be really good too, but for Ghostblade specifically, I think Berserker supports it better. For the playthrough. At endgame, I prefer Claw. Berserker would be doing well here as well. no way I'm getting this bonus done. Use Tide's Armor. Tide's Armor does make fire options a little less attractive. Understandable. Yeah, Dark Magic or Non-Ellie would be your go-tos then. I mean, you could also get some lightning stuff, which would help you out against non-Salissa warded enemies, and would still benefit from the Cape of Tides. It wouldn't be good against armor, but your Cryo's fine against armor, only slightly negative. I'd go with chilled heirloom tomato gazpacho is my favorite soup. Ooh, heirloom tomatoes are great. Good choice, Maneki. How you doing? Is Khan any good of an Ascended one? Oh, yeah. Khan is a good bossing weapon. Extremely ammo inefficient, but if you can hit crits, and have a mag size that is a multiple of 5, preferably 20 or 25, then yeah, it's great. The reason why the multiple of 5 part matters is because Khan will only shoot, outside of Barbaloo and stuff, Khan will only shoot if you have the base mag size to do so. It's quirky. And since it consumes 5, multiple of 5. It's like having 21 mag size, you still only get 4 shots, even though you have enough ammo. Huge fan of a good curry ginger carrot or tomato bisque. Ooh, those sound delicious. Ow, my dad. There's health vials. Freezecleave is aggressive. I'm in a position somewhere where I have escape options. That. Thai coconut soup. Vouch. Oof, that was tense. I was casting my spell. Like, I heard the sound for the spell cast, and I still went down. Ugh. Hang out here. It's the main thing Clawbringer brings his build Stabbo needs. Clawbringer gives the most crit chance in the game, more than Stabomancer. But Stabomancer giving the second most helps. But Awe down here gives large amounts of crit chance, large amounts of crit damage. This crit damage is notable because it goes in the category with the Shrine crit and not in the shitty one with sneak attack. But we also get a nice death save thing from Indomitable. We get a bonus element from Oath of Thunder, and we get good elemental damage from Dragon Aura. Also, the Wyvern is able to apply the debuff from the Claw Armor. Makes sense, thanks, you're welcome. Odds of getting that Tiger Claw. Yeah, it's not even perfect, Shay, that's the thing. I want 3 awe here. The all damage roll is nice, but I think I would want other things. Like, I missed the health regen passive I have on this one. And I'm not sure what in my kit is even getting the area damage. Like, I think Snake 6 Hydras get area, but I'm not sure. I missed the healing from this. And I think I would prefer a Stormclaw over a Tiger Claw because the Stormclaw would work on Oath of Thunder. They are splashed? Cool. So, that's helping. The blade not get area damage? Correct. Ghost Blade does not get area damage. Yeah, good claw is just tough in general. Fortunately, it's a little less tough than other armors, because claw does have class restrictions. Claw armor only rolls pet classes as primary, so it is always either primary Spore, primary Grave, or primary Clawbringer. Narrows down the class combinations quite a bit. Definitely helps. Interestingly, Tyrant's Truth does not have this restriction, so you can get a Tyrant's Truth that, like, isn't for classes with companions. It's odd. Makes it a lot better then? Yeah. Claw and Amalgam are technically the easiest, like, to get specific stuff on. Because Amalgam just has more passives, so you have more chances at the good stuff. Sure, it's across, you know, multiple clusters, but you're getting 5 of the 6 clusters. So it's technically easier to get a good Amalgam stat-wise than other armors. Not by much, but it is. And then Claw, you have restrictions on what classes it can be. Everything else is brutal. I guess Blank Slate is also on the lower end of variance because it is only the passives, and yeah. Blank Slate doesn't even scale with Chaos Tier. So those would be the 3 easiest armors to farm. Several others have mitigating factors. Like, generally, whatever armor is available through featured bosses, if any at the time, is a nice one to go after, because you simply get the drops more often. Which build do you enjoy more, this one or your Burr melee build? Kind of depends on the moment, Mac Riot. Currently this one, but that's probably just because I just put in a lot of hours doing the playthrough for this one. It shifts back and forth. In terms of which one I think is better, I think the Burr one is better, but it depends on my mood. First Tyrant's Truth I saw was Spell Stabbo. Yeah, it's... like, technically that's more build options, because that allows you to, you know, get magic bullets on your armor, for example. And then have the Tyrant's Truth gun damage. And then you could be like a Hexecutioner or something so that you would actually get the Tyrant's Truth benefit. But it's still, like, weird. Because you could argue the same thing for Claw Armor, but here we are. That one's got restrictions. Better but worse at the same time? Yeah. Armors are all purple, never get legendaries, better skills or passives. A really well-rolled purple can be better than a mid-tier legendary. Because stats are huge on armors. Stats from armor, one of the most impactful slots in your entire kit. And there's some legendary armor effects that are quite minor in comparison. So good purple can last you a long time. Same's true for amulets, really, and rings. We still have 5 lives at this point, which is a bit better than last run. Happy about that. Easiest armor to get a good one. Smart armor, your chances are 0 out of 0. I mean, laser hand exists, and so like... And speaking in terms of theory, you could do the spell crit chance enchant, like Lich's Augur, and that's enough to offset smart armor. It still wouldn't be optimal, but you could do it. But like, yeah. Blast Chill's fun, wish it was more consistent. I would accept a hit to Blast Chill's damage for an increase to its consistency. Like, if Blast Chill was something like 50% chance instead of 20%, and just adjust the damage accordingly, that'd be fine. It'd be chill. It would be a blast. Ow. At least purple gear in this game is really good. Yeah. Each previous Lands game has had good items outside of the legendary rarity. You know, up to and including Borderlands 3. Had a lot of them. But it's definitely much more notable in this game because the likelihood that you'll be taking advantage of those options is much higher in this game. A bunch of factors to that, but a big contributor is how widely parts vary on things. I'll head out. Take it easy, Viper. Have a good one. Hey, we saved Butt Stallion this time. Nice. Another thing I could and should do for this build is actually finish out my collectibles. I still don't have the crit damage, crit chance, or spell cooldown, and all of those would help me quite a bit. That's it'll be like an hour of me running around with a map. At least one of those poems requires side quest as well. Clutters up my my pool. Although I wonder, for like the poems and stuff, can you get them in someone else's game and bypass the quest requirement for them? Ready to farm Moon Orbs, just Chaos Chamber? Yeah. Fastest way to get Moon Orbs is make sure you have the Crazed Earl Shrine. This one. But also, you want to, if you can handle being on intense difficulty, that does give you more Moon Orbs. But simply completing a Chaos Chamber run is the most efficient way, because you get some along the way, but you also get a bunch from the chest at the end. Just like go through a boss run, because you can get those done in even sub 3 minutes with good bosses and a good build. Stop it. The explosion turned on Indomitable. Or did it? No. Okay, it didn't. That was annoying. Some of the Moon Orbs do not auto-pick up like crystals. Right, you do need to run over them. Ouch. Not sure what got me. Guess it was nasty spill. Oh, what a way to go. Alright, first loss of life. Of course, right after we take Nasty Spill. Glide Curses are elective game in this difficulty. BL3 was hell. Yeah, BL3 Curses not being selectable ever was a design mistake, in my opinion. The Indomitable reliably working these days. Thought it was bugged there for a while. It was never bug struggle bus. It was just people not understanding the concept of a cooldown. There has never been a time in this game where Indomitable hasn't worked. It was actively just people being wrong. I know because I tested, and Lazy tested because we kept getting questions about it. Like, no, Indomitable has always worked. Lovely? Yeah. It's a really good skill. And it did recently get buffed. They shortened the cooldown on it by 20 seconds. So instead of every 2 minutes, it's every minute 40. Might not sound like a lot, but think about how impactful that is over the course of a run. Just want to say fuck that silly little pig. It's taken more lives from me than any raid bosses. Pigwort is crazy tough sometimes. You get an elite Pigwort with like buff buddies and healing vengeance. It's ugh. The entire anointment system. I didn't hate it in its entirety because there were anointments that were done well. For example, the Terror Anoints were a good set of anointments that were meaningfully build changing and required you to do certain things for them. URAD was a good example of a trade-off anointment. Stuff like while sliding and airborne, those were cool. The problems were the ones that were press action skill button to get ludicrous damage number. Stuff like that, and then a lot of the benefits from them were just really big values. I think the fact that enchantments are really low values compared to anointments is a win. Shouldn't say entire, because thing is how shitty it was to get Iridium. Yeah. Fate Grasping meta. The thing with that, Brendan, is Fate Grasping has not actually ever been optimal. Ever. It's another of those things that people just kinda overblew. Because you know what's faster than not using your action skill? Using Ties That Bind and clearing a room. Fate Grasping was never optimal. It was labeled as meta, but no, it was simply popular. Fair enough, only played Amara early on. Yeah, it got really popular over on the YouTube side of things and became synonymous with Amara, but like, Ties That Bind was always more efficient and stronger than Fate Grasping. No death saves? Alright, it's cool. Counter's clear, it's fine. Farm Iridium was boring. Yeah, definitely. I'm fortunate that we had years of time to stockpile Iridium before they made it a relevant currency, because Anointment rerolling did not come in until DLC 6. So, you know, I'd been saving Iridium since December 2019. December 2019 to April 2021. It was a decent window of time to save Iridium. But it should not have been necessary to have multiple saves with hundreds of thousands of Iridium, because you could spend tens of thousands on a single enchantment. It was like, yeah, no, that single anointment rather, that sucked. Moon Orb rerolling is just as flawed in some areas, but in some ways it's a lot more tolerable. Alright, here we go. We're in a much better position going into this. We have 4 lives instead of... We have 5 lives, technically. Instead of 2. Or 3. So, yeah. Good place to be. We got a pretty good chunk of damage off on Celissa. Satisfying. Can't tell you how many hours I spent in the Slaughter Shaft. Yeah. Starting a reroll run on next 2 mags fired, end of the reroll run on next 2 mags fire. It do be like that. Ellie Overflow, Nullify Pigworth, the hardest raid boss in the game. And don't forget Healing Vengeance, where he can just heal to full and you have to go through all the phases again. Or Buff Buddies, where he's just passively healing constantly. Bye, Bark. More trouble with the Evil Eye Crabs than I do Pigwort. That makes sense. Evil Eye Crabs have bigger effective range, and they're a little more aggressive. Burn. I don't want to do this phase. Burn! Ooh. Okay, there we go. Bunny went much better this time. We were more prepared. Yes, Kevin, I did do a good job. Thank you for congratulating me. I don't know how I'm dead here, but okay. Really get buffed by the melee arrows? Yes, all melee damage you do gets buffed by melee crossbolts. So I mentioned earlier how significant they are. That's another thing they're great for. One of Ghostblade's biggest advantages is that you can multitask, because Ghostblade will be doing its thing, and you still have complete control over your character. So you can then swing your melee weapon, and after I've swung my melee weapon a few times, my Snake Stick Hydras are there doing things for me as well, while Ghostblade's doing its thing. And then I can shoot melee crossbolts to buff all 4 of those outlets of damage. It's very efficient. Okay, we got through the full run. Less than an hour, 40k crystals. Clawstalker Ghostblade. How many crystals you spend on buffs, if any? Like 2,000. Like 2,000. I bought 2 melee buffs and 1 elemental buff. So whatever that works out to. Actually gonna sell that. Keep that. Sell those. Gotten Dreadwind to C50 yet? No. Dreading this mode takes you an hour, it'll take me 2. I'm doing all elites after the 5th room, Pragmatic, so that was 25 elite rooms, and I'm also taking curses, and like, it can go a lot faster. You can get that whole run done in like sub 30 minutes if you were to not elite and play a more optimal build for that kind of thing. Okay, so this was the experimental one, where I wanted to spend it all on launchers and then sell all of it. So, what's my money right now? 27,211,320. Let me write that down. So we're gonna spend 40,877 crystals worth on launchers and sell everything that is not an ascended that we want. Gonna use them? Scalawag. Scalawag's optimal here because it has crossbolts and also a blade. So if you have swap speed and some patience, you can apply better crossbolts from, say, a sniper rifle. Tootherator would be optimal for that. Tootherator or Calcon. You could do that and then swap to a Rapscallion with a 40% blade. But a Scalawag allows you to just do both at the same time. It's got a +4 savagery, +1 blast chill with plus melee and all damage in my melee bird paradigm. Ooh, that's big. The run with drill took me 50 minutes. Pretty humbling way to find out my build wasn't quite up to snuff. Bosses can be big hurdles to overcome in this game. Well, it'll take a bit to spend all these. How's everyone's day? What do you want the money for from selling the rockets? I want to have enough money to be able to afford high-end gear from the vendor. So a good ascended enchanted gun in a vendor is 90 million or more, depending on weapon type, but the cheaper ones are 90 million for an enchanted ascended shotgun in this case. I once had a rain of arrows that I couldn't afford because I had 80 and it cost 90. So I want to have enough to buy anything good that happens to pop up in a vendor. Struggle to stay awake, but I need to be up so my PC parts don't get stolen when they're delivered. Yeah, are you sitting upright, Pinky? That helps me a lot. I've fallen asleep in my chair before, but I also have bad posture. If I force myself to have good posture, it helps keep me awake. Hey, Mac, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Primordial Frostbird to the vendor. Should I snag it? What augments does it have? I mean, generally speaking, yes, because you don't see Frostbird in vendors often, especially not a Primordial. So, like, yes, but I'm just curious. Having tea now, so hopefully that helps. Okay, okay. Yeah, as soon as you get those parts inside, go take a nap. But not before. Future you will hate you for that. Status damage cooldown? Cooldown on it's good. Yeah, grab that, Brendan. As long as it's not like all your money, grab that. I find playing a game, keeping my mind stimulated, helps me stay awake. Yeah, me too, Crimson. Me too. Sometimes I'm too tired to even game, but if I'm actively trying to stay awake, then a little bit of caffeine, a game while I force myself to have better posture, does a lot. Also, having someone to talk to. It's like being on a call with a friend or something. I'm up for 18 hours now, stupid night shift hours. Oof. It's funny, when, back in ye old 2020, when COVID started getting, like, real serious here in the US, I'd been on the job hunt for a while, and I'd very nearly accepted a graveyard shift gig. I'm very glad I didn't have to do that, because I've worked overnight hours before. I did not like it. I did not enjoy it. I did not get paid enough for it. But I did it, so I was willing to do that again. But I ended up getting into streaming instead, so don't do it, it's a trap. Yeah. Play a horror game, that might help you stay awake. It'll help you stay awake a little too well, though. We're trying to reset my internal clock, falling asleep while playing June 2016. I've fallen asleep playing Borderlands 3. I haven't fallen asleep playing this game. Fallen asleep playing Dragon Age. But there's a lot of like walking around, so that makes more sense. I've fallen asleep playing Mass Effect. Same thing. Wow, I turned and my frames... Wow. So I have my FPS counter up, I play at 60 capped. I look over there and I lose 16 frames. Awesome, you're able to do this. Your job, really happy for you. Thanks, Bertmanic. It's, like, I'm not one of the super revenue generating channels or anything, but I'm fortunate enough to have a good support system that my expenses aren't so high that this can't support me, so I'm fortunate. I am on a bit of an extra grind this month, so that I can invest in some stuff for the stream. But I'm grateful that generosity of my community is able to support me as well, and my sponsors and stuff. I can play more Molten Mirror. Bullet Hell is slight horror. I love it. I get why people don't. Should have done a prediction on how long this will take. Had a factory job where I had to work from 11 p.m. till 7 a.m. That was hard since barely anything happened at night, so it was boring too. Yeah, yeah. Started Outriders math, now have Middle Tree Pyro ideas. Middle Tree Pyro looks so interesting, Pris. I still want to do Feed the Flames stuff because I'm weird. I'm a weird boy. That's like top tree stuff, but Middle Tree looks interesting. It's impossible to have a decent social life working nights and I miss seeing the sun. I'm sorry, Pinky. Yeah, it's tough. From people I know who've worked those hours long term, it has a pretty rough potential effect on your mental health. Please make sure you're taking care of yourself. Anyone who's working those hours. Anyone, period. 90 resist, Pierce 45 AP, 90 eruption damage from one node. Nice. Imagine a game with middle trees. So, this is crazy. 60 frames? 30. It might not look different on the stream because I'm streaming at 30 FPS. But, yeah. Volatile, micro rockets, low mag though. Micro rockets and big boy rockets are worth keeping an eye out for good ones. Wasn't impressed by mortar shells, just too slow. Oh, for ascended big boys, I'm keeping an eye out. If I grab one, I'll use it, but... Any good purple launchers? Yeah, big boy rockets. I have a build. I'll probably do a chaos climb with that next week or so. I have a build I made at C35 that uses big boy rockets with a Blaze of Glory and 8 points in Warcaster, so I can sustain the big boy rockets. Either killing an enemy or going down will give me the rocket back, or at least put a rocket from my backpack into my mag. So you can just chain one-shots of enemies that way. It's quite fun. Micro rockets are also good, because you get 2 rockets for 1 ammo. Helps with the ammo efficiency problem. You can get Torg sticky launchers and up to ×4 with a 75% sticky mult, which is very, very large. They're not quite as efficient as shotguns or pistols. This is a ×3 with a 75 mult. But they are good. Drop your existing stuff in the corner so you can pick up more. I could do that, but I'm also worried about, like, what if my game crashes? I just lose all my stuff, you know? I'm not gonna do that. Fastest loot despawn. I've never actually seen loot despawn in this, so I don't know. Primordial. That's good enough to keep, actually. I'm curious about that. I'll keep a couple of these. Yeah, Primordial Big Boy Rocket, 11k for non-elemental. Quite nice. And they have a very large splash radius. The trajectory is, let's call it fucky. So, they're best used at close range, which is why these self-damage strats are fun. Something I've seen some people do is use Reaper of Bones, and then you could spam launchers at your feet during the invulnerability. So notice someone tried to scam me with a Twitch Whisper. Jokes on them, only noticed their message a week later. Yeah, someone tried to get me, yesterday, actually. But, like, the account was deleted right as I was seeing the message happened. So, it was, it's funny. It's actually too clunky for me to keep those. I'll farm for launchers for actual use another time. Like an option to set pickups to sell? Yeah. Yeah. Like a menu setting for that. Because putting on a button isn't feasible since console players of this game are already... Like, they already don't have enough buttons for all the functions. But a menu setting would be very nice. Just download more buttons. Understandable. Don't know why I didn't think of that. Hey, Fruhelia. How you doing? How's the Giga Chamber? It's good. We got through a run, and we are spending all the crystals from said run for science. It was, what, 41k-ish crystals? I don't remember the total. Something like 41k. And we're spending them all on launchers and selling to see how much money we get from that for science. In the middle of a side quest, NPC T-pose and wouldn't move. Oh no. Place I get RAM offers downloadable buttons. Stop. Okay, I'm not upset. Ascended Bedlam. Shame it's a Bedlam. Those aren't very good. Especially on a non-Ellie one. The same make me, but I don't trust your mods. Me either. I will sell this stuff too. From the chest itself. Almost there. So, the total is... Hang on. We made 7,057,394. So just from selling everything from 40-ish thousand crystals, with this particular run, with the luck we had, we made 7 million. We could get more potentially by doing sniper rifles, depending on how many great bows we get. Also, how many ascended rolls we get affects the total. Yeah, not a bad haul. Not a bad haul. Threads of Fate with spell charge. No other augments that assist though, sad. Fortifying Sigil with critical chance tickles me, because I want to use sigils for Executioner's Blade, because that just sounds funny. I like the Blue Cake somehow, I'm not sure how good it can become to use. Blue Cake does good damage, you just need to be at range. Like, for Blue Cake to have all its splits, it's from here to that blue fire there. You need to be that far away from a target. And it's slow. And it's ammo inefficient. It's not very practical, but the damage is good. The damage is definitely there. So 16 Threads of Fate. It's a good spell, post-buff. But yeah, we have had it. It's had a lot of presence in the game the last couple weeks. We're up to 34 mil. That's enough to buy any, like, volatiles we get, almost. Primordials. How much are primordials? That's like... Primordial armor is 35 mil, I think. Actually. So we're on our way money-wise. We're on our way. I do armor instead. If I did it for money, I might get a lucky roll and high value still. Yeah, armor would be an efficient way of getting a lot of money. There's also pretty wide variance potential there. And you'd be very likely to get things that you'd want to use. I specifically picked launchers because it would be the category of me being least likely to want to use something, so I'd be selling the most items. To get a decent baseline, but if I was to do that again, I'd do either armors or snipers. Snipers, I'd be very likely to keep stuff because I have no self-control. Armors would be a good middle ground between those two. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a little hungry, so we're gonna end a little early. It's not really a shorter stream because I started like 20 minutes early, and we're ending like 20 minutes early. So it's about a normal length stream. But thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the Giga Chamber runs. There was not that many runs in today's stream, but I really enjoyed. Now I just got here. I'm sorry for Julio. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I gotta get some food. So tomorrow will be Variety Saturday. I'm thinking more Outriders. What's your schedule? I stream 9 to 9:30-ish is my start time, Eastern time. Every day except for Sunday, and I normally go until about 2 Eastern. Sometimes I forget where my stop streaming button is, and we just arbitrarily do 8-hour streams instead of 5, but it's not super often. But yeah, 6 days a week, 9-ish to 2-ish Eastern. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Tomorrow's Variety Saturday. I'm thinking most likely more Outriders. I've really been enjoying that. I've been theory crafting some melee stuff, and it's been going well. I've been talking a lot of Devastator theory crafting with Birdman, and we've been enjoying a lot of the same stuff. So that's been fun. Let's see. Lazy's doing more endless chamber runs. Bird's doing Outriders. K6 and Alec are on BL3. Pascaroni's on BL3. Love to see the BL3 love. Tizzle's just chatting. Memo's on Destiny. I'll have to raid Memo sometime. Oh, let's go to Lazy. Let's keep Wonderland's love going for the day. Here's the raid message. You should get a let's go to Lazy emote. I only raid Lazy 90% of the time. It's not 100%, it's like 90. And depending on when I end, he may or may not even be on. But yeah, he's doing endless runs. Or, you know, the long one. So we're gonna do final room quag check, because sometimes you forget how many rooms in am I? You can always check in the menu, but it's funny to get kind of lost in it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for Outriders. If you're just here for Wonderlands content, next Wonderlands stream will be on Monday. Sunday is my day off. So, variety, day off, more Wonderlands. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.
Yeah, that's mad.